Right. Yeah. It's really so any. All right. Yeah. Like yes. Google is our friend. So I'm an I'm an adjunct there, and so I do I also do some consulting. That's kind of my focus on folks who are either that's what I love. I love to talk about it. I love to so why did you do it? There's a lot of so frustrating. Right? And that leads into everything. And so I'm not going to do it. But if you nobody likes
I've been waiting to meet this man.
I like your braids. Yeah. I know. I didn't wear my glasses today. I was really gonna. Yeah, I know. I know. I was gonna throw them on. I was like, I've been wearing my glasses too much. Let me break it up a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. Did you do your hair?
Hey.
Yeah. I did mine. I gotta redo mine though.
I mean, I treated like
And I'm really picky too because it's like really, nobody ever does it right. So I'm like, let me just do it myself. You know? Yeah. Hey, Lisa.
Good. Kimberly, yeah, Lisa.
Hi, Ebony.
Ebony.
Nice to meet you.
So, yeah, keep talking. Yeah, sounds good.
Everyone. Oh, there it is. Hi, everybody. Hello.
Hey.
I love it. That makes people sit down. We have a ton of food. Please help yourself. We're going to get started in just 1 or 2 minutes. I want folks make sure that everybody in the back has a seat. Everybody's standing in the back. Please make sure your coffee is filled, your plates are filled, and you are comfortable and ready to chat and listen. Give you all just a couple more minutes, and then I'll invite the chair up to get us rolling. I'll do the whole, yes.
All of us are just over there.
The person who's speaking. Yeah, eat freely, yes. Mike Schmidt, you want to have a seat, please, sir? Thank you. We'll go ahead and get rolling, folks. So before I introduce the chair, I want to thank you all for being here today. There are some folks that will need to leave early. Some folks, like one of our speakers, is in a lift right now on her way here. So there will be some coming and going, but I believe for the most part, everybody is able to stay today. On my way here this morning at 6:30, I was trying to decide whether or not I should read the bios, because everybody in the room is probably an incredibly competent reader, and you don't need me to read to you. But we are live streaming this event, and so for the benefit of the folks who are tuning in today online, I'm going to go ahead and read a couple of biographies, and I will start with Chair Deborah Kafoury, who will kick off our day today. Multnomah County Chair Deborah Kafoury has long propelled innovative solutions to the region's most pressing issues of homelessness, economic disparities, and gaps in the behavioral health and public safety systems. She co-founded the Joint Office for Homeless Services with the City of Portland, the region's first community-wide strategy for preventing and ending homelessness, which served more than 35,000 people last year. And overseeing nearly $1 billion worth of new construction in Portland, including a new central courthouse, she prioritized apprenticeship programs and contracting requirements, opening the door for more women, people of color, and veterans to pursue construction careers. She is currently leading the creation of the first behavioral health resource center for people in crisis on the streets of downtown Portland. The chair also serves as the co-chair of Multnomah County's local Public Safety Coordinating Council, a state statute body that coordinates local criminal justice policy. Through this collaborative work with the chair, alongside local public safety partners, thank you all for being here today, has worked to launch programs and forge policies designed to create a more equitable criminal justice system. Deborah began her public service in the Oregon House of Representatives and served 2 years as the House Minority Leader. In 2008, she was elected to the Multnomah County Commission. She was elected Multnomah County Chair in 2014 and re-elected in May 2018 for a second term. Deborah lives in Southeast Portland with her husband, Nick Blosser, and their young children, Jacob and Anna. Oh, younger children, because Alexander is away at college. He's home right now. Thank you. Welcome, Chair Deborah Kafoury.
Thank you, Abby, and I'm sorry that I was talking. It was Kyle's fault. Good morning. Welcome to Multnomah County's What Works in Public Safety Conference. What a pleasure and a privilege it is to be here in this room with all of you this morning. And as I look across the room, I see the commitment and the conviction to accomplish what we're going to set out to do. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the founding of our local Public Safety Coordinating Council, which of course we call LIPSIC, because who wants to say all of those long words together? And in 25 years, we have learned so much. We've learned who winds up being stopped, charged, and adjudicated, what happened in their life that led up to that point, and what happens to the person once they get into the system. And because I've been at Multnomah County as a commissioner and as county chair, I've seen and heard firsthand many stories of success. One story of transformation that I'll never forget is the story of Megan, a college graduate, a wife, a mom, and someone who became caught up in the cycle of addiction to meth. She resorted to crime to support her addiction and was eventually arrested. Megan served her sentence, but at great cost. She exited prison single, without custody of her children, new to treatment, and alone. Our Department of Community Justice's Family and Women's Services Unit quickly engaged with Megan. They built a trusting relationship. They helped her admit accountability for her actions, and they created connection. Megan told us that she felt lost when she first came out of prison, but DCJ and the staff helped her figure out her next steps and find the strength to take them. Everyone in this room has been a part of life-changing stories like Megan's. Countless people in our community have seen similar change because of efforts throughout our entire community. I see it every day at Multnomah County because of the innovation and collaboration in criminal justice. People who would have continued in a vicious cycle of incarceration are now in recovery, they're housed, and they're working. They're on a path of success. Their lived experience is being tapped throughout our behavioral health and justice alternative programs to help the county guide and transform the lives of others. Today, we have an opportunity to take the next step on this journey together. Our willingness to innovate and develop collaborative solutions has made us a model for the rest of the country. And that is even more impressive given the consistent fiscal restraints all of us continue to face. Yet, even with these challenges, we continue to press forward. For continued safety, justice, and equity in our community, we must press forward. And thankfully, we have a strong foundation on which to build. In the last decade alone, we've expanded mental health services and interventions, created additional treatment courts, established the county's Justice Reinvestment Program, and developed a variety of other programs and initiatives to help justice-involved individuals. And we've made this progress with an increasing sense of what it means to serve the whole person. Access to housing and health care, fair opportunities for employment, racial justice, and narrowing income inequality are all parts of the solution. They're all inextricably tied to the innovations that we're bringing to criminal justice. I am very proud of the strategic work and investments Multnomah County does and makes to address all of these areas, and we must keep this holistic view as we continue to find ways to foster safety and justice in our community. This year's conference gives us the perfect opportunity to build on the past 25 years of work. Today is a chance to memorialize the changes we've made in policy and acknowledge the innovative programs that address the challenges confronting our criminal justice system. And while we celebrate our accomplishments, we know that there is much more to do. It is my hope and belief that this conference will serve as a catalyst to refine our collective vision of public safety, one that is focused on getting individuals the right combination of services so that they can succeed, while also holding them accountable and keeping our community safe. We have an amazing and accomplished group of speakers lined up, and I hope that today spurs some new ideas and helps set the stage for our ongoing work. I know that this work won't end when I leave office or when those of us in this room move on to other jobs. But if we can set a common vision, we can further the good work that's already underway while we chart a new course for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Would like to take a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes, to orient those of you who I did not have the opportunity to meet with individually about how we hope today will roll out. But before I do that, I need to give some thanks. And first and foremost, I would like to thank my staff, not just my staff. Where's Christina? Christina's not in the room. So every couple of years, we try to pull off an event, and then the event needs to be better than the last. And this has been, I think Travis said it this morning, like birthing a child. Today is Labor Day, and Christina did an absolutely amazing job. And you're not Christina, you're Jessica. Could you send Christina in here, please? Thank you. Putting together just the right groups of people to start to have discussions about what would a different convening look and feel like. So I just wanted to embarrass you, Christina, for a minute and say thank you so much for everything you do. If you need to run away, that's okay. All right, good. And the rest of my staff have been incredibly helpful as we have briefed them. Here's how these agendas are going. What do you think of this? Does this make sense? What do you think? So thank you to Lily, Sarah, Kyle, Lenise for your brain power in putting this together. Then also thank you to our speakers who are speckled out there in the room. We've got Travis Parker, and Mai Fernandez and Bruce Western. Sonia, welcome. You just got here. Welcome. Nice to see you in person. And Kimberly Dixon is here as well. So thank you to all of you who came from far and near to be here with us today. And also thank you to the planners. We have been planning this event for a year and a half. in concert with the Criminal Justice Commission, with several representatives' offices, with Partnership for Safety and Justice, Department of Justice staff. A lot of folks have dedicated their brains and their passion to help us figure out what would a different conference look and feel like. And lastly, to Metro East, our staff in the back, thank you for ensuring that we meet the required public meeting law for this event, and we publish this out to the world. That is what the cameras are for. And also County Communications, here to document our event today. Thanks, Matoya. Great. Couple of housekeeping, all the exciting stuff, to ensure that you know where the restrooms are. If you go outside, take 2 lefts. They're right there. It's where the water fountain is as well. As I mentioned, there is breakfast. We do not want any leftovers. Please, please eat. Coffee will be served all day, because I think that is the key to an important conference. Lunch will be open, networking time, and then after our last event, we will have a reception in the lobby for those of you who have the ability to stay, just hang out and make some new connections. We are live streaming, and I want to make sure you all are aware of that. Thanks again to the Metro East team. We did some contingency planning if we were going to be snowed out. I'm very glad it is just wet and awful today. The last thing I wanted to share is your phones. Keep your phones on, do what you need to do. This is a work day. However, if you are able to put it on silence and participate as much as possible, that is greatly appreciated. So why this? Why are we all looking at each other instead of all staring at someone speaking? We all go to conferences in windowless, overly air-conditioned, cold rooms and listen to some brilliance. And usually it's a pretty fun day, and then you go on to the next thing. And I think it's pretty great when you take maybe a good nugget or two. We wanted to do something different, and I wanted to share a short story of when I met Bruce Western at the Square One Project at Columbia University's Justice Lab. I sat around a table a little bit smaller than this, eating a meal, drinking some wine, and meeting my fellow members of the executive session on the future of justice policy. And there were people who, well, this is public, so I can say it, incredibly smart authors, ethnographers, sociologists, professors, like Matthew Desmond, who wrote Evicted, and other formerly incarcerated people who are now leading amazing forward-thinking organizations. And I kept thinking, well, why am I here? I spend all day in meetings. And I believe there is a motto at the Justice Lab, which is we don't tinker. And I thought, I am a professional tinkerer. I tinker all day. I tinker with policy and I tinker with practice. And a tension started to develop in the room with the big thinkers who occupy the think tanks of the world and in the blue sky. And then there are those of us who are very much on the ground, really doing the everyday work. And there's a judge, a sheriff, a police chief, a DA, and myself in that room. And we acknowledge that there is some dissonance there. And there was an interesting tenor of maybe that practitioners are a little bit small-minded and not thinking big enough, but maybe the big thinkers are thinking too big and aren't practical enough. So this format today is our effort to try to bridge some of that gap, to try to bring some of that blue sky thinking down to the road. So by 3:30 today, we'll have a sense of whether it works or not, but it does what works in public safety is something different. So I hope that this format is workable for you, but that is why we're looking at each other, there are mics around the table, and we're able to actually look and converse. There will be presentation today, but there will be much more discussion. And that is the part that I encourage you to lean in or lean back to whatever level you are comfortable with. And Bruce, when we go around and doing introductions, if you wouldn't mind taking just a couple of minutes to describe the project, I think that would be helpful. Thank you. So as the chair mentioned, we do good work. We collaborate, we meet a lot. We meet at 7 a.m. on Friday mornings. We are dedicated people. We innovate and we create amazing alternatives to incarceration. We know what our folks need to be successful. We've created law enforcement assisted diversion. We have the Diane Wade House thanks to the MacArthur Foundation and our dedication to better lifting up the voices of justice-involved African American women. And we keep people from going to prison by surrounding them with mentoring and housing and everything they need to be successful. But we still have some problems. We have some big problems. I decided I would share a short story about a couple of meetings I was in yesterday that lots of you are also in. Commissioner Myron and Ebony convene a very challenging meeting yesterday morning from 9 to 11 a.m. And what happened was a desire to have a vision about what mapping and better understanding and acting on a healthier mental health system would look like really turned into a conversation about we are in crisis. There are people that will be discharged to the street because there's not appropriate placement. Everybody is nodding yes. That is a problem. That's a problem for the health system. An hour later, I was in the same room having a conversation with my justice partners about our pretrial system. And we started to have conversations about, we want to divert people from the criminal justice system and give them the supports and help they need, but that's really missing. We are in a crisis. So there was crisis everywhere. And when there is crisis, there is opportunity. There's not enough services, there's not enough treatment for the folks who continue to fall through our cracks. That we're in a housing crisis. There are more women in jails and prisons than ever. The disparities for racial and ethnic minorities continue to promulgate. There are massive holes in our safety nets, and the criminal justice system, the jails, end up being the lowest hanging safety net that people have to fall through when other systems are unable to help them. I believe we need a North Star. We don't have that across our system. I've been doing this work for a long time now, and I think our current financial and social problems are making us reactive. We have a chronic crisis. There is a crisis every day. And thank you for being here today to slow up and think about what we might be able to achieve if we create a common vision and a common destination about how to help folks, whether it's health or justice or otherwise, have successful and meaningful lives. I believe we can build a vision for what our system should look like in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, instead of going, oh no, I have a budget reduction this year, what am I going to cut? That is what ends up being our focus because we are all in crisis. I think we need a vision that outlasts retirements and outlasts election cycles. So our mission today is to begin a new process. The structure for today, all of you sitting around the table are electeds or executives at a decision-making level. You are here to participate after the speakers finish their presentations as much as you feel comfortable to do so. Nitya, who's over here, will be doing live capture throughout the day instead of minutes. We've got this incredible visual that will be created by the end of the day. I will be your MC, and I will facilitate your discussion. And although there are executives and electeds around the table, we are missing a critical component. We are missing our state legislators. We built this conference around the legislative short session, and on December 23rd, I got a phone call from our contact at the legislature who said, I'm really sorry, there's now mandatory training, they can't go. However, I would like to also think that that is an opportunity for how can we engage the legislative membership in a different way. This is the policy-making group and the budget-making group. What we need is the law-making group also at the table. So why this topic? Okay, Abby, you're talking about North Stars and visions, but we're going to talk about victims and harm and offending. Why that topic? I believe our justice system vision should consider repairing harm. It should consider folks that are resilient. We should think about a return on investment. What are we getting for what we're currently paying for? I think we should align our values, and I think we need more and more victim voice for folks who have been harmed or impacted by others and the systems. I hope this will not be your typical criminogenic need conference or new program this conference. The other reason we chose this topic is we felt like we needed a concrete thing to talk about instead of big vision, which gets a bit head exploding and hard to conceptualize. I hope this topic will bring us down to the ground and make it much more tangible. There are too many boxes in the current criminal justice system. Oftentimes folks are either someone who harms or someone who is harmed. You are a victim or an offender. That does not take into account the human condition, that we are all harmed and we all harm. What does meaningfully reducing harm really look like? How might the system, not just offenders, harm people unintentionally or maybe intentionally? I'd like to also explore healing. The current system takes a very binary approach to behavior. This topic felt unique and evocative for moving into a visioning process, and that's why we chose it. A vision should consider the deeper human condition and build that system to improve it. I'm going to pause there. I'll take a moment to do some introductions. With so many people in the room, if you could just state your name and your affiliation. I should have started by saying I'm Abby Stamp. I'm the Executive Director of the Multnomah County Local Public Safety Coordinating Council. Thank you for being here today. And let's go to my right. Oh, the microphones. Sorry, Erin. The microphones, you will need to speak into them to ensure that the folks watching online will hear us. And they do come out of their stands if that is helpful for you.
All right. Is it on or do I need to? It is on. Good morning. My name is Erin Greenewald, and I'm here in my capacity as president of the board of directors of the Oregon Crime Victims Law Center.
Good morning. I'm Nan Waller. I'm a circuit court judge in Multnomah County and doing a lot of the mental health dockets.
And good morning, I'm Kimberly Dixon, one of your speakers. Pleased to be here.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hay, Federal Public Defender for Oregon. We protect the individual dignity and liberty of indigent defendants charged in federal court across the whole state.
Good morning, I'm Ebony Clark. I'm the Multnomah County Behavioral Health Director.
Good morning, Carl McPherson, Executive Director of Metropolitan Public Defender. We're the single largest provider of public defense services in the state of Oregon.
Good morning, my name is Amy Davidson, and I'm the Crime Survivor Program Director at Partnership for Safety and Justice.
Deborah Kafori, Multnomah County Chair.
Bruce Weston, I teach in the Sociology Department at Columbia. Should I say something about Square One?
Please.
Yeah. I'm the principal investigator of the Square One project, and this is a collaboration I've been working on with Jeremy Travis at Arnold Ventures in New York over the last 20 months or so. And Anamika Dwivedi is also here from New York, and Anamika manages the executive session that we've been fortunate enough to have Abby a part of over the last 18 months or so. Square One is a national criminal justice reform project. It's really aimed at narrative change, trying to change the language, the conceptual foundations of how we often think about the public policy response to crime. The challenge of Square One is to ask the participants, if we think about the social context in which problems of violence and other harms tend to flourish, those contexts of poverty and racial inequality, if we were to reimagine the system from its foundations, would it look anything like what we have today? And that's the challenge that we pose to the participants in the executive session, which is a closed-door meeting that meets twice a year for 3 years, writes a large number of policy papers that are distributed to a wide national policy network. Abby's just written a fantastic paper about her experience in Multnomah County, specifically focused on the very, very challenging problem of racial disparities in the system. We also have another parallel set of events, a public-facing roundtable, which based in a variety of localities. We had our first meeting in Durham on race and criminal justice reform. We were in Oakland talking about criminalization and punitive excess. We're just in Detroit talking about the challenge of violence and criminal justice reform, and we'll be in Austin in late March, early April, talking about social policy. How can health, education, and housing policy contribute to the project of criminal justice reform?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sonia Shah. I'm with the Ahimsa Collective. Ahimsa is a Sanskrit word that means do no harm, and we work at the nexus of restorative and transformative justice and trauma healing.
Hi, Cheryl Albright, Chief Criminal Judge for Multnomah County Circuit Court.
Good morning. I'm Alex Sanchez. I use they, them pronouns, and I am the Senior Manager of the Domestic and Sexual Violence Coordination Office under DCHS at Multnomah County.
My name is Erica Pruitt, and I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I am the Director of the Department of Community Justice in Multnomah County.
Good morning. Mike Schmidt, Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Commission, and use he, him, his pronouns. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Vega Peterson, Multnomah County Commissioner. I use she, her pronouns.
Morning, everyone. Rod Underhill, Multnomah County's District Attorney.
I'm Mai Fernandez, the Executive Director of the National Center for Victims of Crime.
Good morning. I'm Lori Stegman, Multnomah County Commissioner, she, her, hers.
Good morning. I'm Shannon Savell, the Director of the Crime Victim and Survivor Services Division at the Oregon Department of Justice, she, her, hers.
Sharon Myron, Multnomah County Commissioner for District 1, and I use she, her, hers pronouns.
Hi, I'm Steve Bushong. I'm the presiding judge in Multnomah County Circuit Court.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Hardesty, and I'm Multnomah County Commissioner of Position 3.
Good morning, Chris Davis, Deputy Chief, Portland Police. He, him, his pronouns.
Morning, Peggy Bray, Director of County Human Services, and I go by she, her.
Good morning, Nancy Cozine. I'm the State Court Administrator.
Good morning, Patricia Charles Heddes, Health Department Director for Multnomah County, and I use she, her pronouns.
Hi, I'm Joe O'Leary. I have the privilege of serving as the Director of the Oregon Youth Authority. He, him, his.
Meg Garvin with the National Crime Victim Law Institute and also a law professor at Lewis and Clark, she, her.
Good morning, Sushila Jayapal, Multnomah County Commissioner for District 2, she, her pronouns.
Good morning, everybody. Constantine Severe, Public Safety Advisor, Governor's Office.
Good morning, everyone. Travis Parker, Program Area Director with Policy Research Associates.
Mike Reese, Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. I'm the Sheriff in Multnomah County.
Thank you, everybody. And I also wanted to give our observers a chance to, let's see if we can pass a mic back there. Oh, they are not, never mind.
Oh, there's a couple wireless.
They're wireless. Oh, thank you, Alex. To just announce yourself so we know who's in the room, we will ensure to give our observers time to contribute to the conversation as well.
Okay. I'm Christina Yausi with Lipsick.
Chris Fick with Commissioner Vega Peterson's office.
Karen Cam, Programs Director, CJC.
Paul Park, Multnomah County Chair's Office.
Raphael Tamarki, Policy Advisor to Chair Kafuri, Multnomah County.
Kim Larson with Department of Justice, Crime Victim Services.
Katie Burgard, Chief of Staff to Sheriff Reese.
Anamika Dwivedi with the Square One Project.
Adam Renan, Advisor to Chair Kafuri.
I'm Renee Huzinga. I work in Commissioner Myron's office, and I use she, her pronouns.
Denise Pena, Department of Community Justice.
Angela Donnelly, Commissioner Jayapal's office, she, her pronouns.
Vincent Jones Dixon with Beyond Black and Africa New Life.
Great. Abby, I just wanted to reintroduce myself. It looks like I introduced myself as somebody else.
Want to try again?
I really only need one elected position. Good morning. I am Joanne Hardesty, and I am Portland City Commissioner.
Hey. And there were two things I reminded myself to ensure that I noted at the beginning. One was a shout out to Portland Street Response and your efforts to have a differential response to folks in crisis, and to also announce my pronouns at the beginning to set the stage to do that. I failed miserably at both. I use she, her pronouns.
As do I.
It is a practice here locally we are trying to really improve on. So let me talk a little bit more about the process for today, and I promise I will stop talking and hand the mic to Kim. This format is straight up stolen from the executive sessions on the future of justice policy. It's really have an opportunity to share the mic, to learn, and to develop a process together. And so how this is going to work is we will have presentations and plenty of time for discussion. And what I ask of you to do is either raise your hand if you have something to say when we're in the discussion time, or put your table tent up on its side. It's a little more, subtle way of raising your hand. And I also will steal this from Jeremy Travis, that if you are in the queue, which I will keep, if we've got Commissioner Hardesty and we've got Chief Davis and Sheriff Reese, and the list is getting long, and you're like, oh my goodness, I need to respond immediately, insistently wave your hand, and you will have permission to enter the conversation to immediately address what was spoken, and then we will return to the queue to ensure that everybody has space and time to speak. I will also be your timekeeper. So for speakers, if you're starting to build up your time, I might give you an insistent wave to start to wrap up your comments. So although the discussion today will focus on the participants here at the table, I absolutely would like to leave space for our observers to make comment and participate as well, and I will ensure that happens later on. Lastly, I've got my folder up here, and to let folks know, we did send out, thank you to Columbia for your research assistance, some resources and background materials on this victim-offender overlap. There's some very, very interesting pieces in there if you have the opportunity to read it. And the link to our live stream and all materials are available on the URL, which is on the bottom of your notes page, which is on the left side of your packet underneath the agenda. Ample space for you to take notes and then also keep record of where to find the resources, and that is also for folks who are online. And please be caution of acronyms. We've got folks from other jurisdictions, and you be careful of acronyms. I don't want to be the police, but just be thoughtful. And so before we launch, I just want to say a couple things about the content of today. I hope that you all can allow yourselves to be in a headspace of long-term thinking. Our systems may be in crises, but we also need to be able to think long-term. This discussion does not excuse accountability. This conversation does not excuse consequences. But this conversation will discuss about what type of consequences or accountability might be options we haven't considered before that might actually work better. Our silos, which are different agencies, departments, and government entities, have different priorities, different funding streams, and that's okay. That's to be expected. The criminal justice system was built to be adversarial, for goodness sake, so of course there's going to be some different priorities. I just want to put it out there and name that, and because folks come to the table with different budgets, different baggage, different histories, and different missions. And I also want to acknowledge Rod and that hour-and-a-half conversation we had a couple of months ago about this topic. As Rod is our elected DA in our community, I wanted to ensure that we had some time to talk about me wanting to occupy some victim space and to just open that conversation up. And at the end of our conversation, I realized there was something I needed to do. I needed to acknowledge that folks who are victims in the very traditional sense, for cases that are prosecuted through the district attorney's office, already don't get what they deserve, don't get what they need, right? We have some services, some advocacy, but it's never enough. It's never enough. The folks who are deployed with the police, it's never enough. And what we're talking about today is some of that. And I thought what I should do for folks at the table is read the statutory definition of victim in Oregon statute. And my glasses are in my purse. Statutory definition is, victim means the person or persons who have suffered financial, social, psychological, or physical harm as a result of a crime, and includes, in the case of a homicide or abuse of corpse in any degree, a member of the immediate family of the decedent, and, in the case of a minor victim, the legal guardian of the minor, and in no event shall the criminal defendant be considered a victim. So the question I'd like you to think about through our day is, who's not included in that definition? Who are we missing? And what folks might actually identify as a statutorily defined victim? Today we're taking a both-and approach. Folks who meet that statutory definition and other folks who experience harm and may not fall into that category. Are there any questions before we begin? Governor Browning, welcome to the table. Oregon Youth Authority, nice to have you. Thank you. I'm glad you got here safely. So, Ms. Kim Dixon, I am going to read your bio and give you the mic. Kimberly Dixon has spent over 25 years in the Portland, Vancouver area with a flourishing family of 10 children and 14 grandchildren. She acquired her post-secondary education in business management, management and organizational leadership, and adult post-secondary education while raising her family, which I learned a lot about last night. It was wonderful to spend some time with you. Her areas of expertise are in advocacy, training and facilitation, organizational leadership, and behavior and change. She currently serves as a Portland Police Bureau Crisis Response Team volunteer, the co-chair of 3 to PhD, a unique educational model collaborative effort among Concordia University, Portland Public Schools, Fabian School, Trillium Family Services, Basic Foods, and Kaiser Permanente to create a safer, healthier, and more educated community. Dixon also sits on the board for Trillium Family Services. Kimberly is an adjunct professor at Portland Community College in the Management and Supervisory Development Department and offers consulting and coaching in the areas of transition and transformation. Thank you for grounding us today and kicking us off and helping us start to think about how our system might transform to be more responsive to individuals who are impacted. Come on up. Muscle that out of there, yo. So I'm going to the left. There we go. Excellent. So good morning, and I am coming into this space. Let's come in the middle. Nobody likes the middle. I'm thinking of a dance floor, right? And everybody goes along the wall. Well, guess what? You gotta break out. You gotta break out and just put yourself in the middle. So, welcome everybody. I am so pleased to be here. And let me just say, again, Abby and crew, thank you so much, because I know the efforts, 1.5 years is a long time for planning. And this is not easy, especially when you want to do something different. Is there anybody up for doing different? Anyone? And can I get a show of hands participation? Okay, good. We are all in the right room. So speaking of room, who's not in the room? One of the interviews that I did, they asked me, who's going to be there? I said, that's a good question. I actually don't have the list. I don't have the list. I can kind of off the top of my head think of some people. And they said, well, do you have anybody who's incarcerated who's going to be in that room? I said, I can't answer yes or no. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And so it got to me to thinking, who's not in this room? Now, while I am going to share quite a bit, I want to be clear that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of stories that are not in this room today being vocalized. But what I hope to do is capture some common themes that I've experienced, that I have been privy to in my interactions and engagements with community. That is my hope. I think it wants to do it. I think it does. I think it does. What? Aside? On the side? On switch. Mm-hmm. Why, yes, there is. And it vibrates when it's on. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a vibe. Just saying. So I'm going to say it. Moving on. Move on from that. Blurred lines. What a segue. Blurred lines. We do have some blurred lines. We have some blurred lines around language. We have blurred lines around language with victim and offender. We also have some blurred lines around what it takes to do this work. Money. We can't do anything without money. That is a very key resource, and human capital, which requires money. So we have various pockets of money coming from various places. I don't quite know if those are synchronized yet, though. I don't know that we've actually decided, hey, like a potluck, you bring something, you bring something, you bring something, and we're all going to eat together. That might be something we want to consider. And the reason why I bring that up is because if our lines are blurred, and if we're looking through a lens of this is my pot and this is only my pot, then that certainly does impact the actions that we take. Maybe we need some different information. I'm just throwing some things out here. Did I mention I did not come in here with all the answers? No, I did not. POV, I promised Abby, I only had one acronym. One. POV, point of view. I think it would be helpful
if we all consider what is our point of view? Where do we get our perspective? We all have them, but have you considered taking your perspective and laying over it a lens through your EQ, your emotional intelligence, and your AQ, your adaptive intelligence? New kind of buzzword. What does that mean? Can you flex? That's basically what it means. Can you flex? Can you flex and flow with change? I'm throwing these things out here. If it is to be, it's up to me, the power of one. If it is to be, it's up to me. I've heard this phrase for most of my life, and I don't think I'm done hearing it because it's what my father has always said to me. He would say it to me when I would bring to him situations, when I would bring to him frustrations, when I would bring to him highs and lows. And he would say to me, if it is to be, it is up to me. And through our conversations and clarifications, I garnered what he was communicating to me is that I had the power. I always had the power to change. I always had the power to do. I always had the power to be, irregardless of chaos, mayhem, or the situation at hand. There was still power within me to choose, to decide. I think we might all have that. This is a theme that I want to overlay in all that I'm talking about. And you will hear some things, and what I'm going to say right up front. Does anybody remember Little Rascals? Okay. Do you remember Stymie? Okay. Does anybody remember that when somebody was sick, they would line up the kids and they all had to take a spoon of something? Does anybody know what that was? Anybody? Talk to me. Castor oil? Oh, I'm in the right room. Okay. Okay, castor oil. Well, I looked up castor oil, and guess what? It comes in orange flavor now, but I don't think it did then. I don't know if it helps. I can't tell you. I have not done that research. That was not one of my interviews, but I did Google it. Castor oil. I'm not quite sure what it does, but apparently it did some magic. If no more than to stymie you, to make you shake, because that's what I remembered, is the face on it when he would take it. My point being is, some of the things in our work that we do don't taste good. They may not even feel good, but they can be good for us, stretching ourselves, stepping outside of our box, looking and listening to somebody else's perspective. So, take your imaginary spoon and take your cod liver oil. We're in this together. Do no more harm. Do no more harm. June 9th, 2013. Started off on a high of playing kickball with my family. We were having an amazing time at the park, high-fiving, who's got next, who's gonna ref. Of course it was gonna be me because I always had the whistle. And then there was the call. There was the call that my son had been shot. I can tell you that as I rushed to the scene and as I saw caution tape and flashing lights, when I broke through that tape, I was met by 2 officers. And I said, "That's my son. That's my son." I was pushed back, and then eventually I was put into a hold. I did not say hug. I said a hold. A hold. One meant to detain. One meant to restrain. Not one that communicated, "I've got you. I understand. I'm here with you." That's not what I got. I broke out of that hold, and I asked the officer, "Do you really want to do this?" Because in that moment, was me thinking, I don't care what, I'm going to get to my son. And an arrest in jail did not matter to me because my baby was on the other side, and I needed to get to him. My family and I spent roughly 5 hours at the scene. We were in constant communication. I'd like to see my son. I'd like to see my son. Wait a minute, we got to do this, we got to do that. I know, take your pictures. I know, you got to do all that. I want to see my son while he is still soft and pliable so I can hold him. Because I carried him for 42 weeks. I brought him into this world. And if he's going to exit, he's going to exit in my arms the way he came into this world. That's what I wanted. And that's what kept me waiting. That's what kept me calm sometimes, pacing. But I was waiting because I would wait for my baby. I would wait for my baby. We were told right around 11:30, the incident began about 7, that I could see him at the medical examiner's office. I said, okay. Medical examiner's office is in Clackamas, if you don't know that. I was on 190th and Stark in Gresham. What you may also not know is that at the scene of a crime, at a homicide, at a murder, the ME takes over that scene. They're the ones who are in charge. No longer the officers or the detectives. They call the shots. They're the ones who are in power. The power of one. My family and I drive out towards Clackamas. We're on I-205, and my number 4 son calls me and says, Mom, they're not going to let you see him. What? What are you saying to me? No, yes, we are. We're going. We're going. That's where they told us to go. Mom, they said, no, we're going. We are going, and I'm going to see my baby. I arrive out there to a well-lit, empty parking lot. No sign of anything. No entrance that I could find. And I waited. I can't tell you exactly how long I waited. I waited until you just got to call it. They're not going to let me see him. Now, there may have been some language that was not my native English, my side of Hawaiian, a little bit of Spanish. None of those came to mind. I drove home. In fact, my sister Carol asked me, can she drive, and I bit her head off. Because the only thing I felt like I could control in that moment was my drive home. Something I had to control. I had to control something. And I can tell you, when I showered that night, that I lost track between the water that was falling. Was it my tears or was it the shower? I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. This occurred on a Sunday. When I saw my son next, it was Tuesday. Tuesday at the funeral home. And before I walked into the room, my number 4 son, who at the time was a funeral director, said, Mommy, you cannot pick him up. Yo, I put my kids on the floor. What are you talking about? I can pick him up. No, Mommy, you cannot pick him up. You see, he's had an autopsy, and he is split down the back. You can't move him. So the heart's desire of a mother to hold her baby one last time is denied. I walk into the room. I touch his arm. I touch his leg. And I feel the cold coming through the sheet because he's fresh out of the refrigerator. That's how I got to see my son. I laid across his body because I can't hold him. And I let out some sort of animalistic, deep within, from the belly and someplace else, cry. Because this was it. This was it. Fast forward to his service. My younger brother couldn't be there, so he called in. And I have to tell you, with all the things that I had processed, hearing my brother choke up on the phone that you can hear clearly in the auditorium, tore at me because I couldn't get to him. I could not comfort him. I could not reach him. He wasn't there with us. Us who were sitting together, grieving together, holding each other, supporting one another through this horrific time. The power of one. Do no more harm. This gate is new. It was installed after my son's murder. I still can see everything that was there that night. So let me tell you about my brother. My brother serves a life sentence right now. And I and my family, my father, we serve it with him. My brother has been in the hole before for things like correction officer didn't like him that day, or he's had his kites magically disappear in the system. He's had his mail disappear. He's had packages never get to him. Same address. You don't lose your inmate number. Where's your stuff at? December 9th, 2013, 6 months to the day after my son passes, my mother passes unexpectedly, and I am thrust back into funeral planning. So now the question comes, hey, can we get my brother here? Can we do that? Funeral home is awesome about being a liaison in these situations. So they're making phone calls, trying to take some of the burden off of the family. Great, wonderful, appreciate that. And then I get the call, they said no. You gotta be kidding me. No? It's a funeral, seriously? And I said, so my number 4, somehow he came up with a phone number, a different number, and I said, okay, I called my dad, Daddy, here's a number, and this is what you need to do. And I gave him a bullet list of all the things he needed to say in order to get my brother here. My father was quiet. I'm like, Daddy, did you get it? Did you write it down? Because he always has a notepad, always has a notepad. He's still quiet. I finally say, Daddy, do you want me to make the call? And he says, yes. Okay, cool. I'll make the call. Ring, ring. Hi, this is Dan. Dan, hi, this is Kimberly Dixon. And I verbally assault him with what I need, what I want, why I'm calling, and why he should make it happen. I give him all the reasons, and if he wanted me to give him some bibliography and footnotes, I could do that too. He listened. He said, I think I might know about this. Give me a second, I'll call you back. Click. Okay. I wait very impatiently because I'm going to call Dan back if I don't hear from him. Dan calls me back. He says, Miss Dixon, I'm very sorry for your loss. Offers me his condolences. I appreciate that so much. Okay, good, good. And he said, I've reviewed your brother's file. I said, okay. And he said, I have to tell you, he hasn't been a model inmate. I said, really? I said, can you define for me what a model inmate looks like? And can you tell me the manual that you give to each inmate as they enter in on how to be a model inmate, especially when you have an inmate who enters in at 18 years old with an underdeveloped brain? Can you please tell me, define a model inmate? I said, because what I would like for you to do is take his number away for a second. And I would like to have you see him as an uncle, as a father, because he has 2 sons. I would like for you to see him as a grandson. And most importantly, I want you to see him as a son who just lost his mother. And to be honest with you, sir, I said, you know what? I got all kinds of tools out here. I can go to counseling, I can go to group therapy, I can do all these different things. I got friends who call in, check in, might bring a casserole. What does he have behind those bars? What does he have? I said, is that not cruel? Is that not cruel? Have you ever thought, could you think for 1 second that he's a human being and that he hurts like you would if you just lost your mother? I heard Dan take a breath. He said, I'll call you back. God, dog it. What is with him and the phone? Can he not stay on the phone? So I'm pacing. I'm like, I wasn't even done. He didn't even know I hadn't even hit a crescendo yet. I was not finished. Dan calls me back. Hi, Dan. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not sure what it is you do. I'm like, you mean like occupation? He's like, but I'm going to approve your request. What the heck? Okay. He said, now you know, you got to remember, you got to get payment in because you have to pay for the escort, right? Got to pay for that. No problem. And I cannot tell you the elation that I felt to be able to call my father and tell him, he gets to come, Daddy. He gets to come. Now, of course, there's logistics and what have you. That was our Christmas miracle. That was our Christmas miracle. The power of one. This is my father, my brother, and I think you can see the chick on the side is me. What I want you to see is the gentleman over here to the left. That's one of the officers. There were 3. They were so kind. They allowed for us to be a family, to grieve together, to love together, to hurt together. They had unshackled him. That's real. You see, I believe the decision that Dan made, his power of one, trickled down to those 3. And they all 3 exercised that power. They gave us space. They didn't rush anything. We checked in. Are we over time? Nope, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. Okay. That's what they did. That's what can happen. One person in one role choosing to be the one. If it is to be, it's up to me. Because it was up to Dan that day. This is Dan. Hi, Dan. I love this man. This is Dan Pacholke, and at the time, he was the Secretary of the Department of Corrections. How the devil did we get the number to the Secretary of the Department of Corrections? You tell me, because we all know it's a phone tree situation. We know. I mean, Lori, can I really call you directly? Can I call you directly? Okay, there you go. I didn't have his cell. I had his direct line. How did that happen? I don't know. But boy, it happened, because Dan surely answered his phone. He has been an amazing change agent for the state of Washington. And for him to make that decision, I got to tell you, it's not every day that somebody who's doing life gets to exit out of the prison unless they're like tremendously ill. But this happened. What I appreciate about Dan, what I appreciate about anybody, we all started somewhere. Can we remember that? We all started somewhere as somebody's child. So why do we lose sight of the fact that within our justice system, this is still somebody's child? Maybe they didn't grow up wanted. Can we want them? Can we want better for them Could we impart that? If we thought about doing things as the power of one and did it collectively, if we thought about it through the lens of do no more harm, what could we have? What could we create here? What? So I stand before you, I have letters next to my name, right? I've been a student of life. I'm a mother, I'm a coach, I'm an advocate, but of all those things that I am first and foremost somebody's child, and I am proudly the daughter of David and Catherine Lewis. It starts somewhere. Now, I told you I didn't have all the answers. Did not come in here with all the solutions, but I do have something. I think we could start off with this. I'm gonna let each person read it and you tell me. I think even from the back, you can see. Even from the back. It's funny how the words just pop right up. No matter where you're sitting, you can see. There's the answer. There's the answer. There's the answer. It's not as far as we think it is. It's not as difficult as we make it sometimes. There could be some hard work involved, sure. But there it is. There it is. Right there. Right there. Not in a manual. But we could. We could put it in a manual. We could put it in a one-page manual. We could do a one-pager. Because you know what the answer is? Power of you. I can't get it back. Is this light on it?
No, I'll just walk around with it. Thank you. I knew she was going to be good, but that was fantastic. Thank you for starting us, and thank you, Amy, for the suggestion of getting in touch with Kim. We have a few minutes to take that in. Any comments, reflections, or questions for Kim?
Yes, ma'am.
My. You just got to really pull.
I just want to say I'm sorry for both your losses.
Thank you.
Lisa.
And I just want to say that I think you accomplished one of the things, which was bringing a voice of somebody who's incarcerated into the room. You mentioned that my clients aren't here, the folks who have been in custody or who are still in custody aren't here, but just seeing that photo of your brother and thinking about his experience, I think helped bring that perspective. So thanks for starting us with that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Stegman.
Oh. You all are from my part of town, and I remember when this happened. I didn't know Vince and you, Kimberly, at that time, but I've come to know you and get acquainted, and so it's very personal to me and my community what happened to your son. And I know exactly that apartment complex, and I just really want to appreciate your courage of your family to come forward and for you to re-traumatize and tell that story. I just want you to know it's worth it. And I love what you said about do no more harm. That so resonates with me, and I just want to express my gratitude for your courage to share your story over and over and over and over. But it does make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia.
Yeah, I also just want to thank you for your vulnerability and your amazing transcendence. I do have a question, which is that people often think that, like, you're done needing things as a person who has survived quite a loss, and as a person who has lost a family member to incarceration. So I guess I want to ask you now, the Kim who's sitting here now, what does she need in both of those realms?
When you say in both of those realms, could you clarify?
Oh yeah, what do you need when you think about the loss of your son, as where you are in your journey with that, and about your brother who's incarcerated?
I would say, under a big umbrella, I need the system to see youth and families as a priority. I need for the systems to see them as a priority with volatile resources. And I mean assault them with resources, because we know that hurting people hurt people. And a lot of that hurt comes from lack of access, lack of education, lack of economic opportunity. Break that down. I remember Senator, she just left my brain. It'll come back to me. She had said, if you want to take a gun out of someone's hand, what are you going to put in it? We cannot police our way out of this. We cannot arrest our way out of this. We can't. And we can't demonize people in terms of working our way out of this. We have some resources that we need to reallocate to create the priorities that are necessary for our citizenship to thrive. You must you're pouring into the youth whether you like it or not, because they're winding up in juvie. And then they're winding up in jail, and then they're winding up in prison. So you are actually making the investment. I just need you to flip those dollars around on the front end. Children need programming. They need structure. They need something to do. And families need support, and not support that looks like I have to beg for it. What do I need? I need, as a woman, I have educational debt, right? I went to school. I've got debt. I've been a single mom. I'm a single mom. Like, there's some basic things that happen every single month that have to be taken care of. But nobody asks you those questions, right? They assume you're doing okay. You look good. You got pink hair. You're good. You're great. Right? I am good and I am great because I'm always going to do what I got to do. I'm always going to do that. But it sure would be nice if it didn't always have to be so hard. I don't want to wait on the phone for 2 hours to see if I might hit the lottery of, oh yeah, you can have energy assistance. I don't have time for that. I'm doing stuff. There's got to be a better way. And I think there's enough intelligence and intentionality that people could have to really dial in to say, what can we do? We can start with do no harm, do no more harm. We can start there. But there's so many other places that we can absolutely pour in. Stop defunding programs. Stop that. And then reinvent them 2 years down the road and act like we just did something. Stop that. When we have something that's working, keep it. Keep it. That's all okay? Did that answer the question? Okay.
Erica, yeah, I was, thank you. Kim, you're so powerful and you're so inspiring. I just love you. You're amazing. And thank you so much for sharing your story, because it does make a difference. I was just at a conference in New Orleans where the most impactful meeting that I had was a meeting that I had with these women from a program called Operation Restoration. And they were returning citizens that were providing support to women that were reentering into their communities. And it's an amazing program. And so I was so excited to talk to them. And I remember I was just bragging. I was like, oh, so let me tell you what we're doing in Multnomah County. And in my department, we're doing this, and we're doing this, and we're doing that, and the other. And I was absolutely humbled when they said, and did you ask us if that's working? I'm like, okay. Good point. And so when you said who's not in the room, that's something that really has been on my heart, is how do we really engage the voices of those people in our community about how we do our work better. And so thank you so much.
Thank you all. Last comment from Amy. We'll take a break.
Yeah, I just want to offer this. You know, when I moved to Portland to take this position with Partnership for Safety and Justice, I believe the very first name that was thrown at me was Kim Dixon. And somebody said to me, you'd be wise to go out into your community and find Kim Dixon wherever you can and learn her story and learn from her. And so ever since then, I have been learning from you. You're an amazing teacher for me. But I also want to highlight that, you know, while Kim is an absolutely extraordinary human, like, there are stories in all of our communities and all of our districts. And I think, you know, as we look in that mirror that we just looked in, like, I think that that's probably the most important role we can play. And I also think we spend a lot of time thinking about what gave rise to the conditions that resulted in the harm that was caused, both for the person that was harmed and the person that caused the harm. And then once we move beyond that moment in time when the crime occurs, I think we also spend a lot of time thinking about the person that caused the harm and thinking, well, what can we do to make sure that they get what they need to make sure this doesn't happen again? But we're not as good as thinking about the question that you just posed, Sonia, which is like, are you still getting what you needed? Because when that case closes, like, who's still bringing the casserole? So I hope someone's still bringing you a casserole. And I feel like that's some of the work that we have to do here today.
Absolutely.
So one thing that I didn't mention because I wanted to be on time. My brother has 2 sons. His twin, his youngest son, is incarcerated right now. And he will be for about 53 months. I bring that up because it's important. It's important that we see and that we know that. And I would also like to offer, you know, sometimes we're always looking for models, what works, what works, what works. I would love for you to consider, take a look at Rwanda. Rwanda did some amazing restorative justice. We can do this. We can do this. I believe we want to do it. So let's do it.
Oh, Commissioner. Oh, thank you. Wonderful job with the table time.
Thank you so much for that compelling presentation. So I want to put you on the spot. Hopefully you are being paid today for this presentation. It has been my experience that we want people to come and share their pain, share their lived experience, and then we don't pay them a penny. And so I think about the committees you say you serve on. Most of the ones you mentioned are non-paid positions. And think about people who aren't as fortunate as our guest speaker, who we invite in, don't pay for transportation, don't pay for food, don't ask if they need child care assistance, and somehow we're shocked that they don't want to come and share. It's not rocket science. We're paid to be there, and if you want to use somebody's expertise, you got to pay them to be at the table.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we absolutely reimburse all of our speakers for their time and expertise as their home organizations allow. Thank you, everybody, and thank you so much, Kim, for just being willing to put it out there. And I think it was a perfect way to start our day. We are just a little bit behind schedule. It's okay. By that clock, it is 10:20. Let's get back. Bruce, is 10 minutes going to be enough for you to, okay? Come back at 10:30 with full coffee cups and empty bladders. See you then.
uphill. Nothing but violence. Violence. But I was never like that. I was taking my son to New York, my youngest son to New York to
We are getting started. Please come take your seats. Wonderful. Thank you all. As Sheriff Reese has, he asked me a minute ago, if our backs are to the presentation, it's okay if I stand up. So all of you who I put in the front, apologies ahead of time. You're more than welcome to stand and move around as needed. Thank you all for coming back. I'm glad you filled up on some goodies. I have the honor and privilege of introducing Dr. Bruce Western, currently from Columbia University. And before I read his bio for folks who are tuning in online, I want to show the papers that Bruce mentioned as we did the first introductions in this beautiful, consistent black and white format. There are not enough copies for all, but they're all available online at the squareoneproject.org. Click on the executive session. Oh, but there's a new website launching. Go to the website squareoneproject.org and you will find it. And thanks to Anamika for schlepping these across the country. The first that Bruce and several of his colleagues wrote is Reconsidering the Violent Offender. I thought this would be an important piece for us to consume, as in our jurisdiction, we often take nonviolent, non-person, non-crimes and create alternatives for those individuals. But this is really thinking about violence and how we might start to have a conversation about that. And with the amazing help with the folks at Columbia, I produced this document about racial justice in criminal justice practice and reflecting on my experiences planning for and launching the Diane Wade House and law enforcement assisted diversion. So those are available outside if you'd like a hard copy. If not, again, save paper and look at them online. So Bruce Western is the Bryce Professor of Sociology and Social Justice and co-director of the Justice Lab at Columbia University. His research has examined the causes, scope, and consequences of the historic growth in U.S. prison populations, labor markets, and income inequality. Current projects include a randomized experiment assessing the effects of criminal justice fines and fees on misdemeanor defendants in Oklahoma City, an interview study with men and women subject to pretrial detention in New York City, and a field study of solitary confinement in Pennsylvania state prisons. Western is also the principal investigator of the Square One project that engages policymakers and community leaders to reimagine the public policy response to violence under conditions of poverty and racial inequality. He was the vice chair of the National Academy of Sciences panel on the causes and consequences of high incarceration rates in the United States. He is the author of Homeward: Life in the Year After Prison, winner of the American Society of Criminology's Michael Hindlang Award for the Best Publication in Criminology. Western is a member of the National Academy of Sciences and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He has been a Guggenheim Fellow, a Russell Sage Foundation Visiting Scholar, and a Fellow of the Radcliffe Institute of Advanced Study. Western received his PhD in sociology from the University of California, Los Angeles, and was born in Canberra, Australia. And Bruce is a wonderful co-participant in consuming wonderful single malt whiskey and an enjoyable person to hang out and talk about all sorts of geeky criminal justice stuff. And thank you to Bruce for flying across the country to be here with us today.
Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for the introduction. And I got to start by saying I I thought Kim's presentation and remarks were so powerful, and we still have so much to process from that, and I feel a bit daunted following her. So I come to this topic as an academic, and I hope I can add to a conversation, add another layer to a conversation, and we can be involved in a cumulative process from Kim's really extraordinary start to today's proceedings. So I've gotten to know Abby pretty well over the last 18 months, not least through our shared interests in single malt whiskey. It's always good to find another fellow traveller on that project. And we've learned a lot in the executive session through Abby about the work that's being done here in Multnomah County, and I'm so grateful to be here and be able to see it up close. So today I'm going to talk about some research I've been doing. It's really on the topic of re-entry, the transition from prison to community that formerly incarcerated people have to navigate as they complete their custodial sentences and begin to find a home again in their families and their neighbourhoods. But at the end of my talk, I want to draw out some more general lessons, I guess not just for policy reform, but how we might reimagine what justice might be, particularly in very disadvantaged, under-resourced communities that are struggling most, I think, with the twin problems of violence, certainly, and also over-incarceration. So there's going to be a play in 3 acts, and this is about the different things I've been working on really over the last 20 years or so. And Act 1 is going to set the stage, provide some empirical context, and Act 1 will be, in a nutshell, the story of mass incarceration in America. So we can think about the scale of a prison system in a country as an incarceration rate. How many people are behind bars on a given day? And these statistics will probably be very familiar to everyone in this room. And if we look at Western European countries, the rate of incarceration, the number of people who are behind bars on any given day, it's about 100 per 100,000, which is about 100 per 100,000 is exactly 0.1 of 1% of the population of these Western European countries. And we can compare the level of incarceration in Western Europe to the United States. And the rate of incarceration, as well known in this room, in America is almost an order of magnitude larger than what it is in Western Europe. Rate of incarceration in the US is almost an order of magnitude larger than what it is in Western Europe. We can also think about how unusual America is today in historical context. And we've got really good data that go back to the 1920s. And we can look at imprisonment rates over most of the 20th century. And from 1925 to the early 1970s, the rate of imprisonment was about 100 per 100,000, exactly what it is in Western Europe today. But in the early 1970s, the system began to grow, and it grew every year for the next 35 years. So we're now sitting on top of this plateau in which the rate of imprisonment, the size of our prison system, is about 5 times higher than its historic average. It's gone down a little bit over the last 10 years, but we're still very, very far outside of the historic norms for the country. What does this mean in terms of numbers? Well, we have about 1.6 million people in state or federal prison. So these are people who are serving felony sentences, about 12 months at the minimum, 28 months as a length of stay at the median. And of course, some people are serving very much longer sentences than that. To give you an idea of how unusually long criminal sentences are in the United States, we have right now nationwide about 50 or 60,000 people who are serving life without parole sentences. And so there's no prospect of release for those 50 or 60,000 people. In Western Europe, by contrast, the number of people serving natural life sentences, they call them in Western Europe, the number of people serving natural life sentences is about 60. 50 or 60,000 in the United States, 60 individuals in Western Europe. Of course, that's not the total incarcerated population, because there are a large number of people in county facilities who are awaiting trial or serving short sentences. There are another 730,000 people in jail, so 2.2 million people altogether who are incarcerated in the country at the moment. That's not the entire correctional population, because of course there are people out in the community who are under the supervision of a parole officer. There are about 850,000 people who are under parole supervision in the community. That's not the entire community corrections population, of course, because then there's another 4 million people who are under probation supervision, who are serving, at least in the first instance, non-custodial sentences. You add it all up, and it's 7 million people in the United States right now who are under some kind of correctional supervision, and this is historically new, right? We've only seen these very, very high levels of correctional supervision really only over the last 10 or 15 years. So we're in a very new place historically and comparatively. Now, striking as these figures are, this is not what is most important about incarceration in America. The most important thing about incarceration in America is its unequal distribution across the population. All these incarceration rates that I've shown you so far are just snapshots at a point in time. What's the fraction of the population on any given day who are incarcerated? But we might think about incarceration in a different way. We could ask, well, what's the likelihood that someone is ever going to serve time in prison at some point in their lives? And we might be interested in a statistic like that because we think that being incarcerated affects a whole array of life chances even after you've been released from prison. How large is the group at risk of those adverse life chances as a consequence of their incarceration? So we're in some work with Becky Pettit at the University of Texas in Austin. Becky and I calculated cumulative risks of incarceration. What are the chances someone's ever been to prison by, say, their mid-30s? Think about a birth cohort now, born in the late 1940s. So these are people who are growing up really before the American prison boom. If you're born in the late 1940s, 45 to 49, you're reaching your mid-30s in 1979. So if we think about black and white men at different levels of schooling, these cumulative risks of imprisonment for African American men, if they never went to college, and that's about half of all black men, if they never went to college in this birth cohort, we estimate about 12% of black men nationwide have been to prison by the time they reach their mid-30s. If they never finished high school, we estimate about 15% of those black men have been to prison at some point by their mid-30s. Now compare this group to a generation later, born in the late 1970s. Okay? So if you're born in the late 1970s, you're reaching your mid-30s in 2009. So you're growing up through the period of the American Prison Board. Here are the figures for the next generation. For African American men who have never been to college, that's about half of all black men, we estimate about 36% have been to prison by their mid-30s. If they never finished high school, 70% of all black men nationwide have been to prison by their mid-30s. So within a generation, prison time has become pervasive, has become a regular life event for African American men with very low levels of schooling. So this social fact, and I was working on this sort of stuff in the early 2000s, and this social fact stimulated a lot of research, and people began to think about, well, what are the consequences of these really high rates of incarceration, particularly among black men with low levels of schooling? And there was research on health, and there was research on labour market outcomes, the effects of incarceration on families, and it's a big, complicated research literature. And if I could summarise it in a sentence, though, it would be something like this. So mass incarceration, criminalised social problems related to racial inequality and poverty on a historically unprecedented scale. We've seen evidence of that. We have historically very unusual rates of incarceration now. And when I say criminalised social problems related to racial inequality and poverty, some of those social problems include serious violence and other crime, but some of those social problems also include things like untreated mental illness, substance use disorders, homelessness. These also became criminalised in the period of mass incarceration. Because the negative effects of incarceration on economic opportunities, on health, and on families are so concentrated among a very disadvantaged fraction of the population, our criminal justice system has itself tended to reproduce that inequality both over the life course and from one generation to the next. So the system itself, at this very high level of incarceration, is contributing to the reproduction of poverty and racial inequality. A lot of this research was summarised by a report that was prepared by the National Academy of Sciences. This came out in 2014. Now, a National Academy of Sciences report, they convene all of these researchers, they get them around a table for 2 years, and they try and distill the scientific consensus around a social problem. And so many National Academy of Science reports, after 2 years of convening and writing and everything, the lead recommendation is more research is needed. And I know, it's sad. But this panel was seized with such moral urgency about the problem of incarceration that this was the conclusion that we came up with in 2014. Given the small crime prevention effects of long prison sentences and the possibly high financial, social and human costs of incarceration, federal and state policymakers should revise current criminal justice policies to significantly reduce the rate of incarceration in the United States. That was the headline conclusion of the National Academy of Sciences after reviewing the social science evidence on the effects of incarceration. So this is kind of where I was in my work, I guess about 10 years ago. And I was doing a lot of research on what's the effects of incarceration on families and health and labour market opportunities. But at the same time as I was doing that work, I was going into prison a lot, and I was teaching in prison. And I was hearing a lot of stories from my students, and I was getting to learn something about their lives. And I was worried that the very statistical work, the very quantitative work that I was doing, these large-scale statistical studies, was not capturing the very complicated reality of the lives of the people that I was coming to learn about in my prison classroom. In a lot of the demographic work I was doing, I was reducing people really to 4 variables, right? Age, race, sex, and education. And so this was a very thin portrait, the research I was doing was a very thin portrait of the people that I was coming to know through my teaching. I worried a lot too that these big national data sources that I was analysing was really missing the people whose lives were often characterised by housing insecurity, mental illness, struggles with addiction. Such people are not covered very well by national household samples, and that was the kind of data I was relying on. So I worried about what the social scientists call undercoverage in household surveys. I also worried that the kind of work that I was doing was not close enough to the ground to answer the questions of people, for example, at this table. I remember a meeting, there was an interesting meeting, I think it was probably around 2009, 2010. There was a lot of research on the effects of incarceration on children with incarcerated parents. And there was a meeting at the White House, and all the researchers who were working in that field were brought to the White House, and there were a lot of people from federal agencies at that meeting. And we were showing our results, and we were showing all the different effects on kids when a parent was incarcerated. And someone from Department of Education put up her hand and says to the researchers, okay, so in a school, we learn that a student has an incarcerated parent. What should we do? What should we do about that? And the researchers were flummoxed. We're starting, they're acting out, there's depressive symptoms, diminished academic achievement. What should the school do when they learn that a student has an incarcerated parent? We had no clue. So I felt I needed to get closer to the ground to be able to better speak to the needs of people who are really working on these things in a more direct way. That's the end of Act 1. Act 2, this brought me to the re-entry study. I'm way behind time, so I'm going to have to go more quickly. I'll speak faster. The re-entry study. So this was my effort to get closer to the ground in a research setting. So I designed this field study, the Boston re-entry study, and I was teaching at Harvard at this time, and I was working with Anthony Braga, who's a professor at Northeastern, and Rihanna Cole, who's the research director at Massachusetts Department of Correction. And the idea of the study is that we would take people as they were leaving state prison, and we would follow them for a year, and we would try and understand what their lives were like. And I was really approaching this as a poverty researcher, and I was trying to understand what employment looked like, housing, health, things like that. It's a big, complicated data set. The data are incredibly rich. I'm going to highlight 3 findings for you today. As we got to know our respondents over the course of a year, we talked to them 5 times. Once a week before they left prison, a week before they leave prison, a week after they're released, then 2 months later, 6 months later, and 12 months later. As we got to know people in the sample, we began to hear about violence in their lives. And in some cases, people have perpetrated serious violence, and that's why they're incarcerated. But for a lot of people in the sample, their exposure to violence began very, very young, often in early childhood, and their exposure to violence began as witnesses and victims of serious violence. And by the time we got to our exit interview at 12 months, we thought we really need to design a module that specifically asks people about life histories of trauma. Second thing, people coming out of prison are in poor health. They're in poor physical health and they're in poor mental health. A lot of chronic pain, a lot of chronic disease, mood disorders, and a fraction of our sample were struggling with serious mental illness. Third thing, very deep material hardship after prison. There was no independent housing in the year after prison in our entire sample. And that meant that everyone we were interviewing was either doubled up with family, or they were in some sort of transitional housing, like a shelter or a transitional housing program, or they were street homeless. So virtually zero independent housing, a lot of housing insecurity. The average income in our sample in the year after prison was $6,500, and that's about half the federal poverty line, which poverty researchers call deep poverty, half the federal poverty line for an individual living alone. Let me quickly show you some data on that. Exposure to trauma in childhood. So about 60% of our sample reported to us that while they were growing up, a family member was struggling with a serious substance use problem. About half the sample reported to us that they were beaten by their parents. 40%, incredibly, had witnessed someone being killed by age 18. About 40% of their sample, the parents had lost custody of them. High rates of domestic violence, depression, suicidality in the families of the respondents that we were talking to. About 20% reported to us that they had been sexually abused as kids. Let me show you some data on health. We came to call this human frailty. So these are health indicators of the people we were interviewing. About 60% said that they had a history of substance use disorders, very high rate of mood disorders. 50% had had diagnoses of depression. Many people suffered from chronic pain, and sometimes that was related to a history of drug use. Lots of arthritis, actually, in the sample. Lots of chronic disease. Some of that are diseases of poverty, like asthma and diabetes. About 20% of the 25% of the sample were heroin users, anxiety, PTSD. And about 15% reported to us that they had diagnoses of psychotic conditions, so schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, bipolar disorder. Now, you can add up each of these indicators, right, on the childhood trauma side, and that gives you an indication of how exposed people are to trauma in childhood. And you can add up all of the adult health indicators to get a sense of people's overall physical and mental health at the time that they're released from prison. And the interesting thing is that there's a close relationship between exposure to trauma in childhood and poor physical and mental health in adulthood. If people were abused as kids, their health problems in adulthood are even more serious than we would expect given their exposure to trauma. What about the re-entry outcomes, this material hardship that I was talking about? We can divide the sample in half between the frail, that's people in the top half of the scale who are struggling most with physical and mental health problems, and the not frail who are reporting fewer physical and mental health problems. People with serious physical and mental health problems at the time of prison release are most likely to be using opioids or methamphetamine or cocaine in the year after prison release. They're most likely to experience housing insecurity, so being in the shelter system or street homeless in the year after prison release. So housing insecurity is concentrated among people with the most serious health problems, and joblessness is also concentrated among people with the most serious health problems in the year after prison release. So I felt I was learning a lot from the re-entry study. This was a much richer empirical picture of what was going on. This was much more resonant with what I was learning in my prison classroom. But this is still a really quantitative presentation. It looks very similar in a lot of ways to the big statistical work I was doing earlier. And what was missing, I thought, was people's stories, right? And so this is Act 3, people's stories. And I tried to capture these stories in my book Homeward, and this is it's very qualitative, which was a different thing to try and do for me. And what I want to do is focus on. I want to pick out one particular respondent who I got to know quite well. So in the book, I argued that the social world in which mass incarceration lives is really characterized by three things: racial inequality, poverty, and violence. And tracing the transition from prison to community as I was doing this re-entry work, there are clear guides for policy here. And good re-entry policy, in my mind, is actually really simple. And it consists of three things. It's healthcare, housing, and income support. Healthcare, housing, and income support. If we can do that, that is what a socially integrative re-entry policy looks like. These are the most urgent needs, the biggest challenges to social integration after prison. But politically, this is super challenging, right? Expanding support for healthcare, housing, and income support. Why? Because crime politics is deeply racialized, and there's also an undeniable reality that the people that would like public policy to help have, in many cases, seriously harmed other people. And that's a political challenge. And for liberal criminal justice reformers, and I guess I count myself among them, the issue of violence poses a really significant challenge. I want to show a clip of one of our respondents, Peter, and he's talking about violence and incarceration.
As a kid, I thought my father was the toughest person. I thought the only person the fear in me was my father. When I went to prison, I found out my father wasn't shit. He was scared of me. I stabbed 4 people in one day. I didn't care. I didn't care. I didn't care.
How old were you?
19, 20.
Yeah. Yeah. And what happened after that?
I went to the hole.
Yeah.
I went to the hole, and that's when they sent me up the Walpole.
Yeah.
You know? But
yeah.
And from there, it was just uphill. Nothing but violence.
Yeah.
Violence. But I was never like that. I thought that I can go to jail and just stay to myself, do my time, and get out. Nope.
So, you know, this clip for me suggests how violence is sustained over a lifetime, and it shows how the prison itself is a source of violence in people's lives. And it raises the question for me whether incarceration on a massive scale can ever be a successful anti-violence strategy. So if not incarceration, what? If not punishment, what? And I think the challenge of finding justice involves promoting healing in a family or a community after someone has seriously harmed someone else. And that means strengthening the intimate ties of family and friendship and work and community. And incarceration doesn't contribute anything to that project of strengthening those connections. So in this vision, public policy is serving a pretty fundamental purpose. Public policy in the aftermath of violence and other harms involves supporting a very human process of transformation. I want to show one more clip. There's Peter, again, talking about this transformation in his own life. In this clip, Peter's talking about his son, whose brother, not Peter's own son, but his son's brother, who was shot dead in the Boston neighborhood of Dorchester. And Peter's driving down from Boston to New York to get his son a suit for his brother's funeral.
I was taking my son to New York, my youngest son to New York, to get him a suit to go to his brother's funeral, and my mother called me because she had found out what happened. And I cried all the way to New York. My son was in the back seat asleep, but I can see that he was going through it mentally. He was going through it mentally, and I cried, and I asked my mother, I told my mother, I said, Mom, if I change my life, will he take care of us? And she was like, who? And I was like, God, if I change my life, is he gonna take care of us? And she was like, yeah. She said, yeah, just trust and believe, he'll take care of you. So I made a decision to change my life. He's taking care of us.
Yeah.
He's taking care of us.
Yeah. So, you know, the power of this clip for me, this shows what I take as the great paradox of mass incarceration. It demands heroic feats of personal transformation precisely from people whose agency, their capacity to intervene in their own lives is often compromised, right, by trauma and human frailty, poor physical and mental health. The system is asking that people turn their lives around, but they themselves have often suffered so much harm over a lifetime. And so I could talk to you a lot about re-entry policy and programs, but I think at a very human level, we need justice policy to welcome and secure a place for people who have been drawn into violence, whether it's the violence of street crime or the state violence of incarceration. And that's how a community plays its part in personal transformation. So I'm going to tell one last story. I think I'm over time. I'm going to tell one last story that I hope can provoke our imaginations. So I was in Addis Ababa a few years ago. We had a research project at the Kennedy School at Harvard studying justice institutions in Ethiopia. And I was at a dinner with two Ethiopian researchers, and one of them, Mulugeta, told me about a colleague of his at his research institute. He was a German anthropologist. And one day the anthropologist was out in a remote area. He was driving through a small village, and his car tragically struck a small child and killed the child. The parents ran outside to see what had happened, and a crowd quickly formed around the anthropologist. The parents tended to the child. The anthropologist asked that the police be called, but he was told that there weren't any police there, and the village dealt with matters like this by itself. He was told that he could go, but they were going to send for him in a few days. So he returned to Addis, and later that week a message came for him that he had to return to the village. And he was told he had to return alone. So he went to my friend Mulugeta and he asked, what should he do? And Mulugeta said, you've got to go back to the village. So he went back, and when he got there, he was escorted to a meeting with the elders of the village. And first he was told to pay 2,500 birr, that's about $125, to the family of the dead child. And next he was ordered by the meeting to buy a goat for the family. So he purchased a goat, which was immediately slaughtered. The father of the dead child was then called to the front of the meeting. And the anthropologist, he was already standing at the front of the room, he was told to hold out his hand. So he held out his hand, and his wrist was bound to the wrist of the child's father with the entrails of the goat. And the village elder then announced that the anthropologist was now a member of the dead girl's family. And that was that. He was free to go. So he returned to Addis, and he was very upset. He felt that he hadn't properly compensated the family, and he hadn't been punished. And Mulugeta said to him, you've got to understand that for the rest of your life, you're now a part of that man's family. And you have all of the obligations of a family member. You have to visit from time to time. If they're going through problems that you can help with, you should help them, just as a member of their own family would. And so Western ideas about punishment and retribution, they're radically absent in this case of customary justice in Ethiopia. And like the Ethiopian story, I think the problem of prisoner re-entry, the problem of mass incarceration, raises the question, when does punishment end? When and how a debt's extinguished? And these are ethical questions more than they're empirical questions. If research is going to help answer these questions, researchers too have to take an ethical attitude to their work. Some quick concluding thoughts. The social world in which the criminal justice system operates is fraught with moral complexity. That's because the world in which the criminal justice system operates is steeped in poverty, racial inequality, and violence. People have survived violence, they've harmed others, they've often made imperfect decisions in situations where no good decisions were available. I believe the criminal justice system is a very poor instrument for addressing harms under conditions of great moral complexity. At its core, criminal justice is a blaming institution, and law often imposes moral simplicity on situations where little simplicity exists. So the question is, can we find other ways to manage the harms and the social problems that are associated with poverty and racial inequality? Lasting and socially integrative solutions, I think, will lie significantly beyond the traditional pillars of our criminal justice system. That means police, prisons, and the courts. I think social policy, really housing, health, income support, they have to have a leading role. Social bonds of community and family are a massive resource for community safety and social integration. The criminal justice system also is so deeply embedded in a history of racial inequality. A politics of racial justice, I think, also seems indispensable if the system is ever going to find legitimacy in the communities in which its footprint falls most heavily. So the social conditions of poverty, racial inequality, and violence, that's the overwhelming reality, I think, that tests our values of fairness and human dignity that should be at the core of a justice system. It's hard to find fairness and uplift human dignity in communities that are very poor and that have been neglected and damaged by public policy for decades. That's the justice challenge, as I understand it. And only by testing our values against the real conditions of poverty and racial inequality and violence that surrounds mass incarceration, I hope that we might imagine a better path to justice. So thank you.
Bruce, thank you. No problem for going over time. We have lots of flexibility in our agenda today. So looking at the clock, it is 11:20. I think what we'll do is move into some discussion and reflection until 11:45 or 50, depending on how robust our conversation goes, giving us ample time to collect food, and then we can come back and still convene on time. So this, Bruce, thank you for your comments. Read Bruce's book. It's a really easy read in terms of big data and studies, and it's incredibly powerful and really brings a face and a story. So thank you for your videos as well. And what I wanted to do was give us an opportunity to reflect on Bruce's comments today and or bring some of your national and international perspective down to Multnomah County in Oregon. And what are you reflecting on that is true for you here today? And I ask you this, in addition to reflecting on Bruce's comments, how do Oregon, Multnomah County, City of Portland, law, policies, practices perpetuate this dichotomy or this overlap? As Bruce spoke about, the incredible frailty and histories of trauma that folks who are involved with justice systems and incarceration systems experience. So it's not binary. It is incredibly complex. So what do we do? Not intentionally, but maybe there's an aha today of, wow, there are things that we do have control over, that we could do differently, that might actually encourage healing and repairing harm in a different way. So it's time for you all to decide how you want to lean in. Raise your hand, put your tent up, and I will start a list. Who's up? Judge Waller.
both Kimberly.
Could you use your mic, please?
From both Kimberly and Bruce, clearly there is an issue of resource and how we use our resource and how we set our sentencings and the policy behind that. But the underlying question, and Kimberly and I were talking about this after her talk, is that for many, many people who are who end up in the criminal justice system, the issues of frailty, the issues of discrimination, it is a lack of community in the first instance and a lack of support that leads to the incarceration or leads to decision making that leads to ultimately the incarceration. And what I worry about is that where the criminal justice system is not a community building portion of art, but if we aren't doing that, and the people that I see on my dockets every day who are for the most part mentally ill are incredibly lonely people. They are not embraced by the community for the most part. They lack family connection and support. And then they have no purpose. I mean, for some of them they can't work. For some of them, there's just not given their involvement in the criminal justice system, there's not the opportunity. And I think for the criminal justice system not to look at, we talk about community for many, many people, and I think probably most people in this room benefit from multiple communities that they are part of, family, neighbors, job. But for many people in the criminal justice system, it is that lack of community and lack of people bringing them into the fold. And I'm not sure what we do, but I think that without that, and there's a program in Italy, which I do plan for us to all go to, but it's intrigued me because it's not looking at, they've closed the psychiatric hospitals, they're looking at people involved in the criminal justice system, significant mental health needs, and instead they're focusing on 4 pillars: housing, social connection, relationship, and purpose. And when I look at the people in front of me, those are the things that are lacking in their lives, and we are not very equipped in the criminal justice system to bring those pieces to the table. But I think that without that, we're going to continue to see and say, oh gosh, you know, we have this group of people who are not, whether it's through reentry or entry into the criminal justice system first, those are the things that are lacking. And so I wonder from the experts that we have, how do we begin to build that? We are not a culture that necessarily, I think that in Italy, perhaps it's easier in terms of the culture. Norway, I know, in talking to Colette Peters, has, children believe that they have a responsibility to the community. We don't have that, and so what do we do? Is that part of what's going on? It's the greater culture and our cultural norms that are preventing that sense of community and embracing those who are the most vulnerable, the most frail, the most disenfranchised.
Thank you. Erica, sorry, I didn't see your 10.
That's all right.
Apologize.
It's all right, now I'll put it back down. So, one of the things that I'm really proud of is that recently Multnomah County was signatory to a statement which was talking about exit, and it's Executives Transforming Probation. And I really want to just kind of read a couple of lines from it. And it says, our call to transformation: as people who run or have run community supervision throughout the country and others concerned with mass supervision, we call for probation and parole to be substantially downsized, less punitive, and more hopeful, equitable, and restorative. And, and we stand for that in a way that we often talked about our systems being broken. Actually, our systems need to change. And, I can appreciate the data on mass incarceration, but we also have to pay attention to mass probation. How do we allow for people to be on probation, be successful, and be released to being in their community sooner? Sometimes we get really focused on dollars and cents. And I really feel like as the system is is being more efficient with their resources, how do we reinvest those dollars to ensure that we're engaging in the strategies, in the tools, in the practices that really help people to change their behavior? How do we build community supports? How do we reinvest those dollars in communities? Oftentimes people say, oh, we're saving money. Let's just, great, we have more money to do other things. No, that money needs to be reinvested back in our communities, and we need to build the resources. Oftentimes, we just had a conversation yesterday about our pretrial assessment, and we were talking about, giving services to people, and Rod, as eloquently as he always says, is that we need resources, right? And really, how do we reinvest in our communities to be successful? Because what's happening is pre-release and upstream, people are competing for post-sentence resources, right? And they're all in the same pot. So I think that that's something that I see when I think about community. How do we resource our communities? How do we resource our service providers to be able to be giving the highest level of service? And then the final part of that is how do we, and I'll keep saying this throughout the day, how do we engage the voices of the people involved in our system? I appreciated your video, Bruce, into how we need to change the system and how we need to make it better. So,
Ebony.
So I just want to start out with, talking about how we continue, I think, across our systems, talk about and push for needing to see the whole person in order to be effective to serve the whole person. And as I, was watching those clips and then just also hearing Kim speak, I thought about the word compassion kept coming to mind. And I feel like one key piece that's missing within this arena is, how do you integrate the value and the philosophy of compassion in order to recognize that regardless, we have to serve the whole person, we have to see the whole person, and how do we bring that human side, which I think is there's this dissonance between that. And, and so that's kind of the question that I hold of, like, how can you, hold people accountable for their behavior, and at the same time recognize that, once someone has served their time, they've paid their debt, and then how do we stand folks up to be successful? And I feel like a lot of what was discussed today and presented today is straightforward, and it's a no-brainer. How can we expect someone to be successful if they can't get a job? If they can't get a job, they can't get a place to live. And we know that we have these laws and policies that if you have a felony, then no, I'm not going to rent to you. If you have a felony, then no, I'm not going to hire you. And so then what do we expect? And so, how do we create, innovative thinking? And then I'm thinking about even within the mental health system of, how can we start looking at doing things different? But I just appreciate the conversation. So thank you.
Judge Albright.
So my perspective, of course, is in the courtroom. And often when we deal with people who are presumptive prison, where do we start? We start with what is your crime? What is your grid block? What is your presumptive sentence? What are the upper departures? What are the lower departures? We get mitigation evidence, but it only kind of comes after the fact. It mitigates what the base level already is, which is what the presumptive prison sentence is. If we started with the mitigation evidence as the basics, this is the person who is before us. This is what they are experiencing. Many of the programs that we're doing with McDerp, the assessments, they're trying to get that picture to us, but our mindset is still involved with mitigation is only a side conversation, and it should probably be front and central in our conversation.
And you use my favorite acronym, McJERP.
Judge Waller tried us not to have it, but it just stuck.
But the Multnomah County Justice Reinvestment Program.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to say that I think that we all continue to operate as if the disparate intake and outcomes and experiences are just the norm. The fact that the disparities are so outrageous and have been so outrageous for so long, we continue to tinker around the edges as if I in my little box do this, it will change the system. It won't. The bottom line is that we have a racially discriminatory justice system, and if we're the leaders of that system, we have an obligation to call it out and fix it. And until we do that, we're continuing to operate at the edges. The entire criminal justice system starts with the police officer on the street. If we stopped arresting people with mental health issues, we wouldn't be in the courtroom trying to figure out what to do with somebody with mental health issues. If we treated mental health issues as a health issue instead of a criminal justice issue, then we would deploy healthcare providers to address the problem. You may hear the frustration in my voice, because I've been in this room 10 years ago, 20 years ago, having the exact same conversation, the exact same kind of people. And the bottom line is, it's a discriminatory system. What is our individual roles to eliminate this discriminatory nature of our system? And let me be clear, I'm not calling anybody a racist, but each of us are contributing to the racially disparate outcomes that the system provides. And that's what I want to fix, which is why I came, and I'm here. So I hope that we think systems-wide and not in our own little box and what happens in our box. We got to start at the front end before people get in the box, and then we got to figure out what the service supports are that people need to make sure that they never get in front of Judge Waller or any other judge for that matter, right? That's the work. I'm done.
Thank you. And I've got Rod, followed by Carl and Alex.
So, Ms. Dixon, Mr. Weston, both, thank you in advance. And Commissioner Hardesty speaks truth. We do have extreme disproportionality in our criminal justice system. Those of us who have been working in that area know that to be true. And relative to the question of perpetuating, what is the perpetuation by either the state or local county governments? And there's been reference to the MCJRP program. I'm going to reference another one, Treatment First. In the last 5 to 6 years, many people at this table spent a lot of time, a lot of hard work developing programs that, when we look at from an aggregate standpoint, impact thousands of people, thousands of individuals in our community per year, with a very strong overarching premise to both reduce incarceration and to reduce disproportionality. Continuing work in progress, each of those programs, and frankly, we need more. And Erica Pruitt and many others around this table will know that as it relates to MCJRP, we've had conversations of expansion. The MCJRP program was asked, what does it stand for? Abby told us, I'll say it again, it's Multnomah County Justice Reinvestment Program.
In one sentence, Rod, what is the Multnomah County Justice Reinvestment Program?
It is a program that for about 1,200 individuals per year who are presumed to go to prison under Oregon sentencing scheme, we have inserted them to a program to come up with an alternative to that incarceration trajectory, that prison trajectory. And so that 1,200 people per year, together with the Treatment First program, and when we combine those, we are in the thousands of individuals per year. And so it's both a notion of reducing jails and prisons as a response when we can, together with understanding the high disproportionality in those areas. Treatment First is a program focusing on individuals struggling with abuse and addiction of controlled substances. And the disproportionalities in both of those areas are extreme. And so we spent a lot of time, and here's the nexus to the perpetuation. Multnomah County has, I think, in that last half a dozen years, and Judge Waller, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but most everybody at this table have done a lot of work in these areas to assist. And yet we find ourselves in the last 12 months, instead of expanding these programs, which is the desire for everybody that sits at the table, we found ourselves reducing these programs. We went from 1,200 people per year in MCJRP program and a reduction of over 20% reduction of prison referrals out of Multnomah County since that program's inception. Over 20%. That amounts to, in the period of time that program has existed, over 1,000 individuals that historically, unfortunately, we would have used prison as a response. We no longer were. And yet we found ourselves a handful of months ago with a financial gun to our head, voting unanimously to reduce the number of individuals that we were allowed to offer that program to. We find ourselves in that area relative to treatment first as well. And what I mean by that is, Mr. Schmidt, I'll use your report, the Criminal Justice Commission's report relative to treatment first, as having analyzed that report and concluded, among other many important things, that we had reduced near to zero the number of felony convictions for the disproportionality between African Americans as contrasted with whites. Nearly eliminated the disproportionality of the felony convictions for possession of controlled substances. And despite that, these programs are struggling because of resource reductions, not because of philosophical reductions. We want to expand this work, and we are handcuffed. And Eric and I had a very sobering conversation when we were talking about expanding MCJRP and found ourselves interrupting that conversation with, we actually need to be talking about the reductions of it because we can't afford to do the better work anymore. And so that's very frustrating. I hope you can hear the frustration in my voice. It's not made up, it's real. We are going backwards relative to the resource allocations available to the criminal justice system that does providing services for individuals.
Carl, Alex, and then Maya, I'll have you wrap us up.
Thank you, Abby. I've had the privilege and honor to have been a public defender in 3 different states over 20 years, Washington, D.C., Michigan, and Oregon. I became a public defender because of racial injustice in the United States that I witnessed as a child in the United States and saw through all 22 years as a public defender. And so I really appreciate Kim and Bruce discussing what they discussed today because it's what you experience every single day as a public defender. All our clients are victims one day, a criminal defendant the next. They all have trauma that they've lived throughout their entire life. They are the result of racial oppression in the United States. And my concern going forward is I think we need a philosophical foundational shift, as really Bruce and Kim were relating to, and many of the speakers have said as well, commenters, in that the criminal justice system is not set up, was not intended to, and we can't incarcerate, arrest, convict, and incarcerate a way out of the situation. Because doing that destabilizes not only the individual, but the entire community, which as Bruce showed through the slide that was unbelievable, the expectation for particularly African Americans in prison when you're 30 to 34, based on what we've done for the last 30 years. So I think we need a philosophical foundational shift. And as a public defender, knowing how under-resourced and overwhelmed we are, it's the entire state criminal justice system that's overwhelmed and under-resourced. So we certainly are, but I would like to see the resources go to services to shrink the criminal justice system and prevent people from coming in at all, because the criminal justice system is not equipped or able to actually deal with the problem.
Thank you. Alex?
Over the course of the last couple of years, our department has been involved in some work looking at violence at the intersections of gang violence, sex trafficking, domestic violence, sexual assault, and the way that our county places our resources around those intersections of violence. And it speaks to, I think, the way that we fund and allocate our resources, in that we are so deeply invested in suppression, in that type of intervention, in really looking at, once violence has already been committed, how do we suppress, punish, incarcerate, and then monitor folks who have already committed violence. And we have so very little resource placed on the front end toward prevention, toward building these 4 pillars in housing and social connection and relationship, and giving youth purpose. And we continually ask the folks in our communities who are doing that work, and I was privileged to do that work for the first part of my career in culturally specific, community-based practice with youth and families. And that work is so transformative, and yet year after year, we're asking the folks who do that work to do more of it with less. And so I think that when we are thinking about the ways that we place our resources, of course, we are all under-resourced. And the balance is also so deeply off that we are sort of nickel and diming the things that we know to work out of existence in order to feed our own system. And it is scary to think about, as people who sit in that system, how we change that. But I think that if we really do put our trust in community to tell us this is what works. I have sat with these families, I have sat with these kids, I have cried with these kids and these parents when things like happened to Miss Dixon's family have happened. And we have that deep knowledge, that deep ancestral knowledge in our communities of what works for our kids. So if we that work in the system can put our trust in the community to do that work and to fund that work at the level that it's needed, I think that is the only way that we get out of this spiral where we're saying like, whew, we just don't have the resource to do it. We do. We just have to make the commitment to rebalance and trust in our community to be able to make this happen.
Thank you. Mai.
So thanks for being honest about the budget cuts. I mean, I think that there always is a lot of committed people to want to do the right thing, but all of a sudden we go into a fiscal crisis and you're like, well, everything needs to get cut, we need to cut, we need to cut. I mean, success is not a straight trajectory. I mean, we all know that. How many people have kids in the room? Okay. So, kids having trouble at school, you find a tutor, but guess what? The money that you had sort of set aside for that tutor goes away. And with the tutor, they made great progress getting better grades. You took away the tutor, the progress goes away. But in your mind as a parent, you're always saying, once I get that money back, I'm going to get the tutor again because I want him or her to go in that direction. I guess the thing is that you need to always be looking at Abby's North Star. If we know that your program is working, that you decreased, what did you say, over 20%, your baseline shouldn't be what you had to do this year. You ran across a bad year. You may run across 2 bad years, but it doesn't mean that the third year they're not going to find some, Amazon moves into Portland and all of a sudden you've got huge more resources. It's that commitment. You're going to have to look, it's just what we all do within our family budgets. There's moments we need to cut back on things we would really like to do. But you keep saying, no, that's where I want to be. So in the third year, you go back and you do it. But you can't decide that the baseline is whatever you did this year. This was a bad year. I'm pushing you to say you're definitely going to have better ones. Don't lose track of what you were doing.
I've got 2 insistent waves, and I'm going to make the executive decision that Commissioner Jayapal, is that all right? And then Alex, and then we'll see what happens. Yes, Commissioner.
I just a thought that I've been trying to figure out how to articulate around why we're stuck. And it goes back, there are many reasons, but it goes back to something Bruce said about incarceration not being a successful anti-violence strategy. We know that. The evidence is really clear. I think what we're not clear on, either not clear or at cross purposes about, is what our strategy is. What is our objective? I don't think we are clear that anti-violence, for example, is the strategy. And so when we try to make decisions about resource allocation, we're muddled we're making decisions about resource allocation to get to lots of other objectives about accountability, whatever that means. I think we can have accountability that's also an anti-violence strategy, but that's not the way we define accountability. So on a macro level, I think, when you talk about a North Star, Abby, I'm hoping that over time, what we're getting to is a North Star that's a lot clearer about the objective and the strategy to get there.
Thank you, Alex.
I think when you said, in our family budgets, we think about the things like, gosh, I would really like to be able to do that. And I think that we as a system have created this hierarchy of need that's broken, where the things that we have to do feel very entrenched, and the things that we would like to do are actually really the things that we have to do if we want to make change. And so I think when we think of them as like, gosh, in a better year, we would love to fund X, Y, and Z. I think we need to really critically think as a system across all of the work that we're doing, if those things that feel like, oh, wouldn't it be nice, are actually foundational to the work of anti-violence work.
I just want to follow up on that because I think you're absolutely right. Our budgets are never going to be as big as we would love our budgets to be. And if that's the excuse for stopping progress on eliminating racial disparity in our system, then that's flawed thinking, right? The question is, how do we shift with the limited resources that we have to do what we know works to eliminate those disparate outcomes, right? We're never going to have more money, especially not as much as people would like us to have. And so I reject the premise that we can't do it because of budget cuts. We all have limited budgets, but all of us get to control the budget under our control, and how we spend that budget has a huge impact on what the outcomes are.
Thank you.
Abby? It's Erica, really fast. It's a pop-up. I just have to say, sorry, I'm just getting in there really fast. I think when we're talking about who's not in the room and it's intersecting systems, who are the upstream resources? We're all here, criminal justice and professionals, organizations, and who's not in the room are those people that are the upstream, those people that actually, if we resource them adequately, we might see decreases in mass incarceration, mass probation. And I would encourage us, and I've been in this profession for 25 years, sitting at these tables for 25 years, and we've struggled to intersect. I love seeing the health department here. I love seeing DCHS here, because there's intersections. There's a way we can leverage our resources to do better. So I'm looking forward to that conversation, and we're starting it in some ways, but I think we need to be more aggressive.
Nancy?
Thank you. I really hesitated to speak, but I come at this conversation.
Can you talk into the mic, please? Yeah. Thank you.
I come to this conversation after being a legal aid lawyer or law student and then lawyer, and then working in public defense. And I practiced in misdemeanors, felonies, dependency, delinquency. I worked at the state level in the policy arena. I've done court operations. I then ran public defense for Oregon for over 6 years. My husband is a teacher and now a principal at an elementary school. I have 2 kids who have been in the PPS system. They are in Northeast Portland, and both of them saw kids of color arrested at their school in middle school, starting in middle school kids. They also observed peers of color being removed from the classroom more frequently than kids who were white. And it was just their daily observations coming home and telling me this. So it's really hard for me to sit in my chair as a state court administrator and not accept some responsibility for trying to make change. So I come to this conversation very motivated to try and, from a very system perspective, think about how our system can better serve our communities. I see the perpetuation that the system creates in terms of the cycling. I had a client who was, I represented her for about 5 years. My representation of her ended in 2011. She called me in 2019, January 2019, because her sister now had a child in the juvenile system. You know, it just doesn't stop, and I agree, we have to make a change. There are 2 books I read recently that I would commend to all of you. One is called The Nordic Theory of Everything. It talks not just about the way they address their prison system, but really how they look at social structures. The other one is called A Grip of Time by Lauren Kessler. She's an Oregon author, and she started up a writer's workshop for lifers in Oregon State Penitentiary. They're really informative. They're very interesting. And they inform, this conversation. I think that in my role, when I look at the resources that are available, I come at it from so many different directions. I traveled the entire state when I took this position. I called courthouses to tell them I was on my way, and no one answered the phone because we don't have court clerks. And while that was an irritant to me, imagine if I were the domestic violence victim or I were the defendant trying to find my place in court. I want to see a shift of resources, and I also want to see our existing systems serving the people who need help. So it seems to me like we have to look at this as a continuum of care. There will be cases where we don't need any police involvement, we don't need any court involvement, where people can actually resolve their disputes at a very fundamental level, or people can go into what they use in Arizona, a one-stop center where if someone's struggling from mental health issues, there's a no wrong door. They're going to find you services that you need. So that's one approach that could be taken. There are also going to be cases where you need that elder in the room to help the two parties who aren't yet ready to find that common ground. And I think that our court system does offer that. We are the elders who can help people through their justice process, and we need to look at how our systems can change, like I hate to use the acronym, but it's so easy. Like McChirp, we have ways that courts can engage in really different ways than in the traditional court system. And then we're going to have situations where people aren't yet ready to engage in that dialogue, and they might need some time away. And I think that's just something we have to acknowledge. There are instances where people may need some time to reflect before they can engage in a conversation. And I think if we can accept that, that we should be very careful about how that resource is used. But I like to think about our court system and our public safety system as a continuum of care where we recognize that everyone involved, families of the defendant, families of the victim, have special needs, and we as a society have failed them earlier in their lifetimes. I'm sorry, one last little piece of this, because this is a lot, but my husband, as this principal, has kids who are homeless. He has kids, he's in an affluent area. He has kids who are homeless, he has kids who have mental health needs, and he couldn't get Portland Public Schools, I shouldn't say this, to pay for mental health services. He reached out to the county and has been so grateful for a partnership in finding mental health services for those kids. It takes true partnership at all levels, and I think that as long as everybody is interested in finding those solutions, we really can. So I'm excited to be here, and I've found today really, really helpful, and I so appreciate everybody who's contributed. So I'll try and be quiet now, and just please know that I, as a state court administrator, am really interested in finding solutions.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. We've got Kim, and then over to Lakeisha and DeAndre, and then that is it. We will break after that. Yeah.
So I'm going to piggyback off of Erica and a little bit off of Nancy. Sometimes we don't do things because we've never seen it done before. So I'm going to give you an example. 3 to PhD, which was mentioned in my bio, I co-chair that. That is a collaborative of PPS, of Kaiser Permanente, of Trillium Family Services, of Basic Foods, right, and Kaiser Permanente. And why is that important? It's important because everybody came to the table with their resources. That's why it's important. And we have memorandums of understanding. That's how we function. We collectively are not a nonprofit. We're a campaign, and organizations decided that this was a good thing for the good of the students and families. So we have a wellness center inside of Fabian. We function from caring for children from 6 weeks old all the way up to 8th grade. It's a model. It's a model of coming together collectively with your resource. What do you have? What do you have? You bring the apple pie, you got the chicken, who's got rice, and together you create the meal. it is doable. There are resources, but you've got to synergize the resources. You've got to synergize.
Thank you. Lakeisha, do you have a mic back there? Oh, great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lakeisha. I work for Multnomah County, but Mental Health and Addiction Services Division. When I look around this table, though, what I see is not me reflected, not my community reflected, not who this conference is about reflected. And that's one of the things, like nothing about us without us is one thing, but we have to instill hope. If we're talking about we want reform and we want to make changes, we need to see it all the time, not in the background planning, but everything, it be a standard that somebody with lived experience, deep ties to the community, and relationships. Like, we pay for a lot of data research and consultants who really have no feet in this community, have no ties, no relationships to tell us how to do this, and we do it over and over again, and it's not working. So really seeing us reflected up there, if we value reform, we should see that. They should hold as much weight as folks up here with positions. And my colleague got some things to say too.
DeAndre Kenyon-Julie, Multnomah County Health Department, Mental Health and Addictions Division. She pretty much stole everything I was going to say. But what I do want to echo is I have a question. And by no means what I'm saying is firing a shot at anybody here or what they do professionally. I appreciate the work that everyone does here. But how many people in this room have navigated the criminal justice system themselves? Not enough people have been incarcerated that are here that have a voice that know the impacts of the criminal justice system, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Not enough people that are at the table here are victims of gang violence or survivors of gang violence or reformed gang members. We all know that lived experience is the most important thing. And we're throwing money at a broken system that's just replicating the same trauma that we're trying to fix. And I think until we look at some of our current policies that interrupt us from really doing the work we need to do, nothing's going to change. So my advice would be to bring people to the table that have really lived it at the ground level.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad Ebony threw the mic back there. A couple things before we break for lunch, and we are going to start at 12:30 sharp. Please feel free to bring your food and sit down here and eat while folks continue to discuss and present. We thought long and hard about who to include in this room, about who is here and who is not here. And we knew there was no perfect answer, but what we ended up doing in our planning process is realizing this is kind of like a family meeting where the criminal justice system needed time to get on the same page to be able to then go, okay, what is that page? Where are we going? And let's talk about what having folks with lived experience and really the folks who are the customers of all of the services and money that we throw at the problem, that the participation looks much different than it does today. We thought long and hard about that. This is a slippery slope. There's no perfect way to do it right. And we kind of thought, let's have sort of internal meeting, talk amongst ourselves as the LipSec Executive Committee, and then figure out the best way to move forward. Thank you for speaking truth to that. I should have framed those comments at the beginning. It doesn't mean that this is okay. So thank you for that. So we have some lunch. I'm documenting some themes. This is incredibly exciting. I loved it when all of the tents started coming up. Commissioner Hardesty, I thought you were teasing me about my arms, but that was your wave. Sorry, I didn't catch that. So thank you for being willing to lean in and engage in this conversation. We have lunch outside. Christina, it's a buffet lunch, so folks can grab food. I do ask that we start on time, and I will come out and start to hustle you in here. I do also ask that you allow Travis and Mai to get their food first, because they are on deck, and they deserve some nutrition before that happens. Thank you all. See you in a half an hour.
She can't hear me. Laylee. Are there lots of folks out there?
Yes.
A few? All right, we're going to. Oh.
They're all boss people, and I'm afraid to boss them around.
Lily, I know who you like.
We should conscript another boss person.
I know. Who's like, where's. Oh, yeah. Hey, Adam, you go out there and yell at people, please? Or Bruce will. Thank you. Well, they're lost. They don't get to hear a story. I will read Mai's bio for those who are watching online. I have no idea how many people that is, but it's kind of fun to put our good word out there. I met Mai in a taxi. Last night, Mai and Kim and Anamika and I went out to a wonderful dinner, and we couldn't remember what city it was, because I think that is sort of the nature of all of this business travel. Some hotel, some Hilton somewhere. Was it on the coast? Was it inland? I have no recollection of what city it was. But it was after one of the MacArthur Foundation Safety and Justice Challenge all-site meetings. And Charisse Van Oberdeen, the executive director of the Pretrial Justice Institute, she looked at mine, she looked at me, and she went, "You guys going to the airport? You need to talk. Get in the back of the cab." And we ended up hanging out all through security. And Mai's awesome. So I really appreciate her flying here from DC and contributing her expertise to our conversation. Thank you. All right, going to read Mai's bio. Mai Fernandez is the executive director of the National Center for Victims of Crime, a position she has held since June of 2010. With a distinguished 25-year career in the criminal justice, nonprofit, and policy arenas, Fernandez brings to the National Center extensive national, state, and local leadership experience in victim-related work. Formerly the acting executive director of the Latin American Youth Center, a DC-based nonprofit organization that provides multicultural, underserved youth with education, social, and job training services, Fernandez has spent the last 13 years managing programs that serve victims of child abuse, sex trafficking, and gang violence. Before joining the Latin American Youth Center, Fernandez served as an assistant district attorney for New York County, helping victims navigate the criminal justice system and pleading their cases before the court. She also developed policy for victims of domestic and youth violence at the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, and served as the congressional aide to U.S. Representatives Mickey Leland and Jim Florio. Mai Fernandez received her undergraduate degree from Dickinson College, Juris Doctor from American University, and Master's in Public Administration from Harvard's JFK School of Government. Mai, pronounced Mai, resides with her husband and son in Washington, D.C. And this section moves us into not just framing the problem, but starting to frame an opportunity. So Mai, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Abby. It was quite a taxi drive that we took. And I thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be amongst all of you. What I'm going to talk to is a bit of a life journey and why I was interested in this topic to begin with. The false dichotomy between being a victim and being an offender. So my first real life contact with both perpetrators and victims was at the Manhattan DA's office. I had the great distinction of two things. The first was, anybody Law and Order fan? Okay. The first female prosecutor followed me around for a whole night in night court, and so I always say that it's really me who the whole character has been framed around, and so you should look at me and go, bum. And the next thing was that I held that position while one of our most highly dutiful and patriotic, and I'm being facetious, mayors was in place. I had the interesting distinction of serving under Rudy Giuliani. Yeah. And so that dichotomy starting in the DA's office, it was strange coming in as part of the victims field 10 years ago, that everybody didn't understand that people were offenders and victims all at the same time. So I never had that victim that didn't have something in their background that was going to make putting them on the stand difficult. Many of them had criminal backgrounds themselves. They had things they had done in the background, and it was the old thing of a DA, you might as well put it out there, all the bad stuff out there, so then when they say the good stuff, they're credible. So that was sort of my background. The other was how people in the system then were looked upon as criminals, and now were looked upon as victims. So in night court, I spent lots of nights in night court. You'd get these long, long lines of Central American and Latin American women all standing in line. They were all very tiny. I always remember them being very tiny. And they were always being charged with prostitution. And in my mind, I was like, this just doesn't make any sense. Why are we charging these people with prostitution? These women didn't wake up one day and decide that they were going to give $10 blowjobs. It's just not what they wanted to do with their lives. Flipping 15 years forward, now we look at them as trafficking victims, and we know that they come from places that they have been abused and coerced into the positions they've been in. The other thing, Giuliani, anybody remember the stories about the squeegee guys? Yeah, I was the prosecutor prosecuting them. Talk about like one of the lowest moments of my life. And I remember being in front of the judge, and this poor man was standing, in the well of the court, and he looked disheveled and beleaguered and everything. And the judge kept looking at me and going, Ms. Fernandez, do you really want to prosecute this guy? And I was told 20 times over, you've got to prosecute these guys. And I was like, yeah. But, as things move forward, people saw them as people who were addicted or had mental health problems, and the only way they could make a buck was using a squeegee. But it is sort of how sometimes we do make progress in understanding people's position. So I always want to say that look for the North Star, because we will get there. It's just that sometimes we're in a spot where we can't see it. So I want to talk to you about a few stories, a few people I've known in my past. And, obviously I'm concealing the names for reasons of anonymity, but I will give them the names. I've given them here on the page. So we have Jose. He watched his mom kill his dad because the dad had been beating the mom year after year after year. So mom goes to prison. Dad never really was a parent. And so Jose joins a gang. Why does he join a gang? Because he's got no family. And so the gang members become his family. He also does it for security. He's living in a community that's really unsafe. And so at around 18, he gets charged with possession of a gun. Then you have Monique. Monique was sexually abused by her stepfather from age 7 to age 14. She found that Valium and opiates really kind of took the sting off things. So she keeps taking that to really help with her depression. And when she's an adult, she gets arrested for possession and distribution. Then you have Elizabeth. Mom was an alcoholic. She really wasn't around to be any kind of parent. She had a series of boyfriends who either beat her up or both, got her hooked on meth. And she later gets arrested for petty larceny, and it was that she stole a bottle of shampoo and a tube of toothpaste from CVS. and for public unrest. She went charging down the street, screaming at the top of her lungs. Then we had Jeremiah. Jeremiah couldn't sit still in school. He was bouncing off the walls all the time. The teachers, he was the problem child. So what would they do? They'd send him to the principal's office, and then it got more aggressive. Then they kicked him out of school for a few days, and then he was truant, and then he got arrested for stealing a bike, and he went to juvie. In juvie, they diagnosed him with ADHD. He got therapy and medication while he was there, but when he was let out, there was nothing to really follow him. So he then gets arrested as an adult for breaking and entering. Then you had, that's it. Those are my 4 friends. I'm assuming that some of these stories are familiar to all of you. Anybody heard these kinds of stories? Lots of big nods. So, who here is acquainted with the term ACEs? Okay, so everybody knows what ACEs is, so I was going to go through them. But what we found is that 90% of youth who are justice involved have at least one ACE, and often, and I think this has been my experience, have multiple ACEs. One study found that compared to youth in the general population, youth who are justice involved have a greater likelihood of having experienced multiple forms of trauma, including multiple types of trauma each year. Another study found that youth who are justice involved had roughly 3 times more ACEs than a population surveyed in the original 1999 ACEs study, and that those were higher ACER scores are more likely to recidivate. And more ACEs for youth who are justice involved also means greater likelihood of substance abuse, self-harm behaviors, and school-related problems such as disruptive behaviors, substance performances, and truancy. All that resonate with everybody? So another issue, so I want to go to my friend Jeremiah, who's bouncing off of the walls. How many of you, I've asked earlier before, how many of you had children? And many of you said that you did. What do you do with your child when he misbehaves? Just shout out. Nobody does anything, you just sit there?
I remember.
Yeah. A timeout? Okay. Anybody do anything else? Come on, I tackled my 45-pound kid to the ground the other day. Okay, and I'm in the business and have been studying this, and as a good Catholic, I got down on my knees and I prayed for forgiveness. My son laughed at me. But I think that because so many of our kids in the juvenile justice system are undiagnosed. My kid has ADD. There's moments that I handle it beautifully, and there's times that I handle it poorly, and I keep looking for that North Star, how to handle it well. But so many of our kids don't have anybody who's got a North Star in their life. And so they go undiagnosed, untreated, until possibly they trip into the juvie system or maybe the foster care system. And they may get some treatment there, but the treatment isn't sustained in a way that a child can sustain it. So what happens? These kids become adults. And I just want to say that talking for 20 minutes straight petrifies me, so please interrupt me and please punch in for questions when you want to. So 2016 study found that 90% of incarcerated Black Americans have experienced at least one general traumatic incident at some point. The study also found that 70% of individuals with a juvenile incarceration history had experienced 4 traumatic instances in their lifetime. So this is our jail population. And this is what we often give treatment for inside of our jail population. So if you're pregnant, they're going to help you along. in having your pregnancy. If you've been diagnosed with a hearing difficulty, you get tested for that, and then you get treatment in all the best of circumstances. We know that it also doesn't always happen. Serious mental illness, suicide ideation, dental problems, medical conditions, and then PTSD and trauma. Those are our biggest circles, 91%, and then 52% for females and 60% for males. But we give the least amount of treatment behind bars. There's not a whole lot of problems that ask the why. Why have you ended up here? And then what are the things that we need to provide to you in order for you not to do this again? It's almost as if we were expecting the bars to do some sort of miraculous work that doesn't do the work that we really need to look at. So I think a lot of what I'm trying to say is we need to think about more programming in prisons to look at the issue of trauma. And anybody here working with any programs that are working with trauma with inmates? What's your example? I always want to hear them because there's not too many of them.
I think I'll wait because my whole presentation is about that.
Oh, okay. See, this is what happened. Bruce kind of stole half my presentation, and then I want to go into yours. At least we're all we're starting to form that North Star because we're starting to figure out where that is. So these are, people are always like, well, we don't really know how we're going to serve. Where are examples? How can we get help to help the people inside of the jails? Well, they're usually categorized as victim service organizations, so people don't think about victim service organizations to help people behind the bars. But they're helping the same people outside of, beyond the wall. So these are just two examples that we've been working with. So through these doors, so it's a domestic violence program that actually goes inside of the prisons and the jails to work with the women there who have a domestic violence history. And then something that every state has is a coalition. So in Iowa, they're working with the domestic violence coalitions in order to create an array of programs to be able to help the women inside of the jails. So this is my presentation, which is short, but what I want is also a question. I think that most of us here kind of know this stuff. I mean, I'm not telling you anything that you don't intuitively know or practically know. So if we know these things, then the issue of, we don't have enough money came up a lot in the last session. What I want to hear from here is those people who are working with budgets and are in charge of their budgets and cutting the budgets or expanding the budgets. What are the hurdles that you guys are finding in order to divert money and resources to the things we know that work? In this situation, we've been talking about trauma. If we know that children come from traumatic experiences that then end up as adults with traumatic experiences, which means that they get arrested a lot because of those traumatic experiences, why are we being dumb on top of stupid? Why is it that we're not saying, and what are the impediments to those people what are the impediments for you to actually create some of these changes, some of the North Stars that we already know about? And why is it being so challenging to say, why can't we divert money from this to this? And I just kind of want to put that as a topic out there for discussion, because none of us are saying radically different things, but the consistent thing that we're saying is we need to either divert resources or create more resources, or we don't have enough resources. So I pose that as a question to you. Anybody here deal with budgets?
involvement with the Department of Community Justice, the service providers, and all of that army that we're trying to put together to make a smarter decision. And I think that it's not as fully recognized that way as I would like to see it. Having done it both ways, having been doing it for years. So I'll just start it off. There's a lot more within all that. Don't stop.
Oh, okay.
So following up on that, I think another place where we don't sort of recognize that the resources aren't saved in the same way we sometimes talk about in our budget room is when we say, if we put people out in the community, we're saving X amount of jail bed dollars. Because the reality is that the jail still exists, the personnel there still exists, they still need to be paid. So even if we reduce the number of people who are in custody, we still have a lot of those costs. And so I think we need to think of a sort of more radical way of making sure that the people who are in charge of the jails are invested in rehabilitation. So that, I mean, my idea would be we should say people who are the jailers, the folks who work there, should be encouraged to be helping with rehabilitation, and they should have one day where they work in the community. So they're making their salary, but they're in the community working with the people that they have helped rehabilitate. So you create an incentive to not keep people in custody for the people whose salary is paid by having people in custody. And I see this in the Bureau of Prisons right now. The federal system, the federal number of inmates is decreasing. There were 200,000 in federal prison. Now we have 180,000 in federal prison. And the result is the Bureau of Prisons is cutting their reentry program money because they need to keep paying the salaries of the people that are still working in the Bureau of Prisons. And so there's a tension between those dollars. And if we think of creative ways to say, no, the people who are holding our people in custody should have an incentive for rehabilitation. They should want them to be doing well on the outside. And if we can tell them that if your people do well on the outside, you can be on the outside working with them. And so, you know, all our folks who work in prisons who are serving life sentences and 8-hour shifts, they could be outside too. So anyway, if we think something more radical, changing the structure of the people who are working in the prisons so that they have an incentive for rehabilitation, that would be a systemic change that might help on that.
Judge Waller.
I think we have to do two things simultaneously. I think that we need to work at preventing the numbers of people coming in. So looking at, and I think that Oregon, in answer to your question, has made a tremendous investment in the last session with early childhood, additional slots, really putting together a much more comprehensive, cohesive program to help those who are most vulnerable, looking at what's keeping parents in the dependency system, what are the needs. And so I think that's absolutely imperative because we'll never get ahead of the curve unless we reduce the need for those coming into the criminal justice system by prevention. And I think that we have, for the first time, a much more comprehensive way of doing it by starting at birth to make sure that we are providing parents the supports that they need in the sense of community. I think that in terms of diversion, I think that we have had in our community a number of diversion efforts that have not, quite frankly, been as successful as they should have because of exactly what Rod is saying. We haven't made the investment that we need to. It's more expensive. Jail is expensive. The state hospital is really expensive. But to create the resources in the community and enough support so that people are going to make it successfully is even more expensive. And so I think that I think we always have this false sense of, well, it's going to be less expensive, therefore we don't need to put as much in. We need to put more in into what we do to keep people safely in the community. And I think I think with the funding reductions for justice reinvestment, the legislature, you're doing a good job. You've created, and so just keep going. You have what you need, and I think that that's where we run into difficulties in terms of, in part, how we tell the story of the criminal justice system and why it is more expensive to keep people safely in the community than simply to jail them or have them in some kind of a secure setting.
Any other comments? Commissioner.
to build on that, both the points that you made about the fact that it takes more resources to do the things that it works, I think that takes us back to Mai's question, which is what prevents us in a fixed pool. We wish we had more resources. In a fixed pool, we have to make then decisions about moving things from one place to another. So the question is, what prevents us from diverting resources from things we know don't work to things that we know do work? And I think one of the things, there are many, but one is public perception and understanding. As part of a body that makes those decisions, when we decide to divert resources from jails or from law enforcement, we get tremendous public pushback from a public that does not understand that we're trying to put resources into the things that do work. And so, you know, how do we educate the public on the things that Bruce was talking about to say incarceration doesn't work? It doesn't work to keep us more safe. It doesn't work to prevent recidivism. I see that as one of the big challenges that we face.
Yeah. Commissioner, could you say one sentence more about what that looks like? Is it the public, or is it also constituencies? You know, is it the police union? Is it?
Yeah. Yes. It is a multitude of constituencies. I use the word public because the constituency that is most public in our boardroom is actually, you know, the voters. But absolutely, it's more constituencies than that. It's unions in various parts of the system. Yes.
So we have a queue. We have Commissioner Myron. Yeah, you're tense up. Chief Davis and Amy. Commissioner.
I had just wanted to comment on, in terms of the resources question and those things where we need to educate the public about, or various constituencies about what actually works. There is an area that's kind of a big elephant in the room in the state and in both our mental health system and our criminal justice system, which is the Oregon State Hospital, that takes $600 million of general fund to biennium to hold people for aid and assist at $1,500 a day, not doing much for an average of 72 days a year. And we should be redirecting that money that exists to the local jurisdictions where we know it can be most effective. That is something that I don't think anyone really disagrees on. So I mean, in terms of that kind of where the money should go. And so that has led me to the question and kind of a crusade a bit of how do we get, what is going on? I mean, so often we feel like, oh, we have charge of some budgets or we can make some of these decisions, but then you delve into it. It's like, who actually is making that decision? Where is it stemming from? And sort of following that, like doing the dot to dots or talking a little bit about that to say, where does that lead us? But that's an area where we could very well make a difference today, or 6 months from now.
DC Davis?
So, to your question of the constituencies that ask that we continue to use incarceration to solve some of these larger social problems, I would push back a little bit on the notion that the policing profession really is one of them. I don't hear that from our labor associations, and I deal with them all the time. Where I hear that most is from our community. I think some of that is because it's presented to them through the media in which they receive their information and form their opinions about these things, that it's as simple as just locking up people who commit crimes. We know from our experience, I mean, the sheriff and I have had this conversation a million times, and even when he worked in our organization, about not being able to arrest our way out of some of these really big problems that we have. The challenge that we face two challenges that I would just throw out here in the policing profession as I see it. One is that we are the social service of last resort. We're the ones who have to show up 24 hours a day. And, you know, a lot of our social services don't work 24/7. We do. And I use the term social services intentionally because we try to draw this distinction between policing and social work. Let's face it, 90% of what our employees do really is social work out in the community. There's an added piece to it in the public safety realm. But the other challenge that we face a lot of times is the assumptions that are made about us and our attitudes towards these issues. And so I really liked what I heard earlier about having some of these system-affected people involved in this conversation. Might not be a bad idea to have some police professionals involved in this conversation as well, because we've got some insight that might be helpful. And the last thing I will leave you with, and poor Abby has heard me say this a lot of times, just be sure that whatever program you say works actually works, because there's lots of programs and places to spend money out of there, and you know, we're in the position in our profession of seeing the real world results and effectiveness or lack thereof.
Here's our cue. Amy, Sonia, Mai, Judge Waller, and I'll have Commissioner Hardesty close us out. Amy.
So I think I want to zoom out for a second, and then I'll just try to zoom back in, because what's coming up for me in this discussion is how gravely disappointed I'll feel at the end of the day if we all leave here feeling like we just had a conversation about money to fix everything. Because I feel like, you know, I'm one that also has to ask for money to do my job, and I'll come to some of you to say, I also would like to ask you for money to do our work. But, you know, after all that's said and done, I really feel like this is more of a crisis of structural issues and creativity. And, you know, I mean, I can think of examples of solutions that have worked in other places that actually don't have a fiscal attached to them at all. You know, it doesn't change the reality that it costs money to do what we need to do. But, you know, I'll use one example that's already been named in the room, and that's just elevating people with lived experience into leadership roles. For one, that doesn't cost anything. And two, I'd also say, like, I heard an example of a statute read here earlier that I believe at the last sentence of it was, in no case shall a criminal defendant also be considered a victim. I'm paraphrasing a little. And that's a structural thing that we've already identified in this room needs addressing. I don't believe that would require a fiscal to fix. So I'm just trying to get back grounded now into more specifics of, like, these things. This is a creativity thing. This is a structural thing. I think it's about more than money.
Sonia.
Just really trying to filter what I should say right now, just because I have so much to say. We've had so much to say. But I think what I want to say to this conversation is just this sense of feeling like not getting stuck in, just feels like there's a very, very deep paradigm of understanding that what we're doing isn't working, that needs to be so deeply understood, that it's a cultural narrative shifting, deeply soul shifting paradigm to say, you know what, prisons, they don't help folks get out and feel better and feel rehabilitated. And it was back to something that the commissioner said about sort of connecting it to mental health and to connecting it to, if we were thinking about this holistically, we would be thinking about all these systems and how they play with each other, and not just what do we do in our one system. And I want to say a story, because I think for me the deep paradigm shift. My partner is formerly incarcerated and spent 30 years in prison. And I've spent time going to my kids' schools and talking with little kids about prison without them knowing who I am. I'm in Berkeley. It's not liberal. It's liberal until it affects you. And then when it affects you, it's not liberal anymore. And I'm sure there's some resonance in Portland.
Yes.
So let me tell you, in my kids' first grade classroom, talking about San Quentin State Prison and who the people are there, and showing pictures, and having two things happen in the room. One little boy gasping, my dad said that's like the worst place in the world and evil people go there.
and the other kid on the other side of the room breaking down in his tears because his father's incarcerated. And guess which color which kid was? And that's first grade. So let's talk about the victim offender dichotomy happening in a first grade classroom, right? Like, so what is the deep soul shifting paradigm work that we do with young kids in school to say, like, what do we even mean by that? What do we mean by this? My partner is not the birth father of my children, and it took me 3 years, it took us 3 years to actually tell my children, which actually only happened 5 days ago. No joke. We have been not talking about it for 2.5 years. And it's because they live in Berkeley. We live in Berkeley. So we have all this fear that all of a sudden, if people start to know, if my son's friends know that my partner was incarcerated, they'll just be scared and they'll never come over. And I told my son, he said, I already knew. He's 11 years old. And I was like, well, how did you know? He's like, Mom, I know these things. And then he didn't ask any questions. We said, did you have any questions? Do you have any thoughts? And he said, no, I don't. And then 2 nights later, this was 2 nights ago, before bed, he goes, so I have a question, and I don't think it's a good question to ask. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, what did he do? And he killed someone when he was 16 years old. And I said, first we'd agreed that we weren't going to tell them, and we would tell them when they were older. And I was like, well, Richard, he'll just talk to you about that when you get older. And then I said, no, I'm going to tell him, what happened. And we talked about it. And I said, how do you feel? And he's like, fine. And he was almost defensive. He's like, why do you think I would feel any way differently? I know what you do. I know what work you do. I know who you are. I know people change. I love this man, right? So we're talking about victim offender dichotomy. I live it every day in my house, and that we can't just walk around. We can't accept people in a place like Berkeley, to walk around and know that folks are incarcerated and coming home and in our lives, and we love them to death, and that is my partner. What is that all about? That's some deep culture shifting work. That is some really, really deep culture shifting work.
Thank you for sharing. Mai.
So one of the things I neglected to say, and I think that goes, one of the things that I neglected to say when I was presenting, which I meant to say, was when I was going through the various stories of the people I've known, is that there's been system failure for these people, not just the criminal justice system, but beginning with the school system, and then looking at mental health systems, looking at the abuse and neglect systems. Somebody should have caught those kids before they ended up in jail or in prison. And it's been said now several times, but there needs to be interagency cooperation in order for us to get out of the situation that we're in.
Judge Waller.
I'm co-chair of a committee that is looking at reducing racial and ethnic disparities, and we've done a lot of work over the years on data, decision point analysis, focusing on different decision points. But we've come to a realization that we want to do something differently. And so I don't know if all of you have seen Evolve, but if you haven't seen Evolve, I think that it will be shown. It's the August Red Door production that takes Hands Up and Cop Out and puts it together, and they're adding a judicial piece to it. But Kevin Jones came to one of our meetings to talk to us, and we'd invited him because we thought there has to be a different approach of how we're changing. I mean, we have lots of decision makers here, but every single person in the community is a decision maker, whether it's a preschool teacher for a child who's getting expelled at a higher rate because of race, or it's people crossing the street when they see 3 young men walking down the street together. All of those individuals are decision makers that have an impact on the psyche of those who we end up seeing then at a greater disproportionate level of coming into the criminal justice system. And what Kevin Jones said, he said, well, what we're trying to do with Evolve is have people see the humanity in each other. That when we begin to see the humanity in each other, it breaks down the issues of race, class, and that for me, is profound. And if we don't start doing that at a mass level, and I don't know, I don't know how to do that. That's what we're going to be exploring, is how do we begin to do that within our systems, and then how do we do it outside in our greater community? Because if it's not happening by the time somebody gets into the juvenile justice system, there's a lot of damage that's already been done throughout all of the other institutions that they come in contact with. And to some degree, then when we're looking at ourselves saying, oh, and now we can fix it, we have such a much steeper hill to climb. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, I think if we're making big changes, whether it's in terms of funding or resource or human capital, I worked on a committee years ago for Governor Kitzhaber, and he had a phrase that stuck with me also, catalytic chaos. You have to go through, when you're making a transition from one system to another, you have to have a certain level of comfort with catalytic chaos to get through it. Because you're always going to be trying to hang on to the past and continue to fund that and you'll never get there. You'll never be able to kind of take that leap of faith that you're going to get to something better. So I think that we also need to, as system partners, be willing to have a level of comfort with catalytic chaos as we are changing our system, whether it's Commissioner Mirren has a great plan for closing a whole dorm at the Oregon State Hospital so that we can fund things locally. But I think that seeing the humanity, or figuring out a way that we get people to see the humanity in each other on a community-wide level, and then being kind of okay with catalytic chaos for a bit.
Our last comment, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you. A lot of excellent knowledge. Thank you so much for sharing your personal story. Can't tell you how many times I've cried in this room today, and I'm not one who cries easily. There are a couple of things I wanted to say. We have the power, we elected leaders, we in positions of power, to do things differently. And I'll give you one real life example. You may have heard that we have a housing crisis in the city of Portland. And when you have a housing crisis, you do things differently than you would do if you just have housing insecurity, right? And so Chair Kafori and the entire Multnomah County Commission partnered with the City Council, and we have the Joint Office of Housing Services. Is it fixing everything today? Of course not, right? But there is a joint plan by two governments who don't normally work together on this type of big issue, right? Who have made an investment in making sure that we're going to be working together to address people that are living on our streets. So I just wanted to put that out there. Nothing prevents us from being creative except us, right? Because when we have to respond, we do. The second thing I want to say is I absolutely agree with Commissioner Jalapal, who said we have to re-educate the public. Because one of my responsibilities is the 911 call center, and people call 911 today primarily because of unwanted people, right? And they expect a police officer to show up, put handcuffs on the unwanted person, and cart him off to jail. Now, as a city commissioner, I don't want police putting handcuffs on people and carting them off to jail for the sole reason of being houseless, right? And so we do have to re-educate the public about what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, what is an appropriate law enforcement response, and what is not an appropriate law enforcement response. I also support the commissioner. I'm with you. Let's close that state hospital. Let's get that money locally, because we've been waiting way too long for decent mental health services in the city of Portland and in Multnomah County. And I find it criminal that we have some doors that the only way you can get treatment is if a police officer takes you up to the door. I mean, what an idiotic system that you have to be arrested over and over and over again by a police officer before you have the privilege of getting a mental health bed that then helps putting you on the right track again, right? Something's fundamentally wrong when that's the normal.
Thank you for that. Nancy, we're going to have lots of discussion at the end. Are you okay?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'm going to toss it back to our friend from Berkeley.
Just one more thing. Sorry, I got so excited.
I know, you had the
forgot other thing
insistent.
that I
Oh,
wanted
my
to say.
God. Yes.
Which is that, so I live in the land of like transformative justice, restorative justice, peacemaking, alternatives. self-determination communities trying to heal themselves and deal with harm, right? And I think one of the things that happens is when we're in these sides, it's hard to see that there is this whole other beautiful like ocean of fish that are doing these things. It might not look the same as being in the system. So and I think what can be scary sometimes for people that are in systems is it doesn't look consistent. It's not like everything can be measured the same. It looks the same. It has the same angles. They're like all different species, but they all know how to play together in the pond. And I really want to encourage people to really think about the value of like deeply connected, community-based organizations and people, not even organizations, just folks, like that mom who has that thing that she does in her house where she has people over, or as a first responder, for her community. We get calls twice a week. We get emails usually, actually twice a week from people who have been impacted by harm, who do not want to call the police and will not call the police. There's a whole network of people out there that are talking about this, that are trying to think about it, but like the chaos piece is we have to have some tolerance for failure. We have to have some tolerance for doing it wrong, for not knowing, for experimenting, and for giving each other a little bit of room to breathe, to say, hey, let's not be so afraid. Now, I know that there's like, that I really feel the systems folks who battle with the public and the perception. And I felt you, really being like, don't get it wrong, like, because probably people are up your everything about how you get it right or wrong. And that's harmful. And so there's something about how do we get each other's back and be on each other's sides when we're trying to think about, like, what does this look like to try it differently without pointing fingers, well, you did it wrong, so I can do it better. Well, hey, I got so much mad respect for some of the police folks. We do like these trauma trainings for police officers and just the level of stuff that people go through. If we could start to really try and break down some of the ways that we're not seeing what each other is doing, and be a little, have a little, along with the directly impacted folks, like bring some of the community folks to the table that do a lot of this work that have nothing to do with the system. I started a grant making circle about 3 years ago with 7 other practitioners for peacemaking, transformative justice, and restorative justice. We have only about $1 million to give out, but we had 270 different organizations across the country reach out. There are thousands of people that go to these conferences to try to think about alternatives. There are people in Portland who've reached out to sort of do something differently. So I just really want to make a plug for those folks being at the table.
Thank you. I'm looking at our agenda, and because I built it, I'm going to change it. And I beg your permission, but without really asking for it. We just had the discussion. So I'm going to summarize a couple of things and then give Travis ample time to cover his real tangible ideas about, like, so much of this is enormous and hard to think about. How do we even do? What's the next step? And what I would love for Travis to offer are some ideas of how to do that. And the discussion here in this last little bit has already, thank you so much, queued up what my ask will be at the end of the day. And I hope that it feels exciting and it feels like it's full of an opportunity. I also, before I introduce Travis, agree with you, Commissioner. We need a different response to our social problems. 911 was beat into us as children. That's what you do. What about give a hoot and don't pollute, right? There are catchphrases that are social marketing and teach us things to do, or, the buckle up, this is your brain on drugs. Like, there's all those catchphrases. And I think we're missing one, really, about how you respond to social challenges in our community does not necessarily require deploying someone with a flak jacket and duty belt. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I'm going to put my glasses back on and introduce Mr. Parker from the land of Lincoln. Yeah, I got it right, yes. When I warned our speakers about possible snow, I was like, Travis, don't laugh, you're from Lincoln, Nebraska. You actually have snow plows. Mr. Parker is a program area director with Policy Research, providing training and technical assistance services that draw on his extensive experiences as a provider of behavioral health services in correctional facilities and on his administrative expertise in behavioral health and managed care organizations. He previously served as the Vice President of System Transformation and Tribal Liaison and Director of Clinical Services for Magellan Behavioral Health of Nebraska. Prior to his appointment there, he was the Deputy Director of the Community Health Center of Lancaster County, also in Nebraska, having also served as the Program Director for the Behavioral Health Jail Diversion Program and the Emergency Services, Homeless, and Special Needs Departments at the county, which are all of the things that we represent and care about today. Mr. Parker has completed mental health and suicide prevention training with almost 40 sheriffs and municipal police departments in 16 Nebraska counties in the southeastern part of the state, as he also serves as a crisis response counselor offering Intercept 0 and 1 diversion opportunities to those counties and communities. Mr. Parker has co-authored 3 articles published in American Jails, 1 article in Behavioral Sciences and the Law, and 1 article in the Prison Journal. He has assisted the communities of Omaha, Nebraska, Kearney, Nebraska, and Ames, Iowa in launching post-booking jail diversion programs and is currently working with Minnehaha County, South Dakota to implement their Intercept 0 and 1 Community Triage Center. He completed his MS in counseling psychology from the University of Kansas and is licensed as an independent mental health practitioner and certified professional counselor in Nebraska. I met Travis through all of the national meetings we tended to attend together, and it's a real honor to bring Travis here today to help give us some tangible goods. The organization that Travis works for, Policy Research, developed the Brief Jail Mental Health Screen, which Sheriff Reese implemented in here in Multnomah County, and the Sequential Intercept Map, a model we have used a number of times to help map and understand the complexities of our system. So Travis Parker.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you, everybody, for allowing me to use up some of your time today. I appreciate it. So I've spent approximately half of my 25-year career at the intersection of criminal justice and behavioral health, working in various prisons and jails, and have often banged my head and wondered what I've done to contribute to, at times, what feels like this behind the screen, where why is it that I continue to have repeated contacts with people, sometimes multiple times a year in jail systems, or repeated times when doing mobile crisis response with law enforcement officers. And this idea that we welcome back recidivists, unfortunately, is intended to be comical up there, but for all too many people it becomes that, we hear that common phrase of doing life on the installment plan. And for some folks with criminal justice and behavioral health disorders, this is unfortunately what it feels like, not only for us who work in the system, but especially for them who live their lives as part of this system. Normally what I would try to do right now is sit down just on the floor, but I'm wearing a suit and I'm not smart enough to realize that I'm too old to participate in some of the sports that I continue to participate in, so I'm a little sore right now, and I'm afraid if I sit on the floor, I won't be able to get back up. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to sit in this chair right now. We'll help you. You'll help me? Thank you. That's very kind of you. What I'd like you to do right now is I'd like you to picture me as an 11-year-old boy sitting on the floor in the middle of a therapist's office in a playroom. All right, and I want to tell you a little bit about John. John is a real person, but I've changed his name. John is a young man who's been diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder at a very young age. He unfortunately has been in and out of a number of schools because of the behavior problems that the schools have had to deal with John. He's had a number of law enforcement contacts at his very young age. John has been to a number of therapists who have essentially washed their hands of him because they feel like he has reached maximum therapeutic benefit while being in their offices. So he's been referred from one therapist to another. Many years ago, I was out to lunch with a good friend of mine who happened to be John's current therapist at the time. And she said to me, "Travis, I was in the same boat. I was getting ready to wash my hands of John. I had already started thinking about who I was going to refer him on to. I was running out of ideas, so I just figured, for our last session, maybe we would try some play therapy." So she brought John into the play therapy room, sat him down in the middle of the floor, a bunch of toys sitting around him, and she decided she would go back into the corner of the room and observe John, just see what he was doing. After a while, she found a little toy drum that was sitting on the floor, and so she started banging on it, bang, bang, bang. And all of a sudden, John shot up and started screaming, "No, Dad! No, Dad! Stop!" My friend said she started freaking out because she had no idea what had just happened and why John was responding the way that he was. So after she got herself calmed down, she took a little bit of time to get John calmed down. And for the first time in his 11 years, John finally told someone the story of how when his father would punish him, he would put him in the dryer with a pair of tennis shoes and start the dryer. And John's body going around in the dryer, thump, 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 was like the sound of the banging drum that my friend was doing in the corner of the room. First time that that had ever been told. But John had been in and out of a number of schools, had multiple law enforcement contacts, had been through multiple therapists, and this was the first time that this had come out. Now, why do I tell you this story? Because John is an example of a young man who's been brutally victimized as a child, but has had repetitive contacts as a young adult with the criminal justice system locally, and is now currently serving a prison term in the state of Nebraska. All right, so as we talk about that victim-offender dichotomy, whether it's something that we're living in our homes, seeing work on a day-to-day basis, John is yet another example of that person who did not ask at all for the situation that he was put in as a child, but you can see the tremendous impact that it's had on his life. So if there are only two things that you take away from what I'm going to say to you in roughly the next half hour, there are two-word phrases. One of them is going to be attached to the sequential intercept model, and that's the idea of persistent pursuit, and I'll explain that here in a few minutes. But when it comes to trauma and the people that we are seeing and working with and living with day in and day out, it's time that we start to make a universal assumption. You saw some of Mai's data. You've seen data throughout the day. I'm going to show you some data from a study that we've done. In the healthcare industry, we use a term called universal precautions. What does that mean? Go ahead, this will be interactive today while I'm up here talking. What do we mean by universal precautions?
You assume everyone coming in has had a trauma, the impact of trauma.
Well, in the medical field, we assume they have a communicable disease, right? So we wear masks or gloves or things like that to prevent the spreading of a communicable disease. But yes, when it comes to that universal assumption in the criminal justice system, we need to begin to operate as though every single person we come into contact with has not just a history of trauma, but a significant history of trauma. And here's why. If we operate in a trauma-informed manner, whether I'm working in the behavioral health system, the criminal justice system, offender services, victim supports, if I treat everyone in a trauma-informed manner, I can never go wrong. If I treat people with respect, if I give them information about what's going to happen to them next, if I let them know that they're going to be safe with me, if I offer them choices, regardless of which system or systems I work in, if I make that universal assumption, I will never go wrong operating in a trauma-informed manner. So as we talk about the sequential intercept model, there are basic goals in a community, especially as we look at this idea of persistent pursuit. Those are, we want to promote and support recovery of everyone. Whether you are labeled as a victim or an offender, we want to promote the recovery of everyone. We want to provide safety and quality of life for all, for staff, for persons who are part of the system, for people living in the community, for your friends, your neighbors, your loved ones. Where appropriate, we want to keep people out of jail and in treatment. But here's an important piece. This isn't just any treatment. This isn't cookie cutter treatment. This is treatment that specifically meets the needs of the person at that moment in time. All too often in my career, I have had, whether it's people I'm supervising, coworkers, folks at other agencies who say, you know what, we're going to put John over here in this service because it's where we've got capacity right now. Not because it's what John needs at the moment, but it's where we've got the space. We're not doing John any good by not meeting his needs where he's at right now. We want to provide constitutionally adequate treatment for people while they're incarcerated. Yes, it is in the Constitution. And we want to link people to comprehensive, appropriate, and integrated community-based services, what I just got done talking about, avoiding the cookie-cutter approach. As we come back to the trauma side, some of the keys to our systems, again, regardless of the system that you work in, offender services, victim supports, criminal justice, behavioral health, we need to develop an understanding of what trauma is, so actually put a definition to it. We need to increase our awareness of the prevalence of trauma throughout our systems, recognize some of the signs and symptoms, and how do we better respond? You know, cognitive behavioral therapy says how we think impacts how we respond. If I see John standing before me with clenched fists because I believe he's angry and aggressive, my response to John's going to be a lot different than if I see someone who's scared or afraid. How we think about something affects how we respond. What are the goals of our systems providing trauma-informed responses? We want to increase safety for all, for every single person in this room, and every single person that you work with and come into contact with. We want to reduce recidivism back into the justice system because one key thing that does is it promotes recovery. Justice systems aren't meant to be recovery-based settings. There are things that we can do to operate in a trauma-informed manner or a more trauma-informed manner in justice systems, but justice systems are not recovery-based settings. So how long has this been a problem in our country? On these next 3 slides, not going to be very politically correct, okay? 242 years ago, John Howard, a prison reformer, in 1777, I guess actually now it's 243 years ago, I need to update the slide. I must here add that in some few prisons are confined idiots and lunatics. No care is taken of them, although it is probable that by medicines and proper regimen, some of them might be restored to their senses and to usefulness in life. In a publication called Social Problems, 54 years ago now, in an article entitled Policeman as Philosopher, Guide, and Friend, poor, uneducated people appear to use the police in the way that the middle-class people use family doctors and clergymen. That is, as the first port of call in the time of trouble. Those 3 digits, 911. And finally, in the same publication a year later, police confront perversion, disorientation, misery, irresoluteness, and incompetence much more often than any other social agent. We've been operating like this for decades and centuries. All right, our former president, who retired a little over 2 years ago, started Policy Research Associates 32 years ago, and at his 30th anniversary when he retired, which was the 30-year anniversary of our organization, he pulled me into his office and he was holding up a trifold brochure. And he said, "Travis, look at this, I want to show you this." He goes, "In 1987, I was one of the authors of this trifold brochure right here about jail diversion." And he said, "I'm really, really proud of some of the things that we've done in the last 3 decades. But," he said, "you know, one of the things that I'm embarrassed by is that so much of what's in this brochure is still very applicable today, 30 years later." Right? We have to think differently in order to operate our systems differently. Some of the population characteristics, really quick here. And you've seen some other data today. In fact, Mai had some of this up here earlier. So if I come to you and I say, I'm going to give you a prevalence rate of some health statistic, and it's not a positive one, cancer, heart disease, of the general population, and we're going to move that into the criminal justice system, what do you think is going to happen to that prevalence rate? It increases, or it gets worse, right? So what we see in the general population here in the United States is a prevalence rate of 4% of serious mental illness. Things like major depression, schizoaffective disorder, bipolar disorder, PTSD. When we move into our local jails, that number goes up to 17%, or 1 out of every 6 people. So 1 out of every 6 people entering into your local jail, into my local jail, has not just a mental health issue, situational anxiety or depression, some insomnia. They have a serious mental health disorder. So let's complicate it even further. 3 out of every 4 of those people now have a diagnosable co-occurring substance use disorder to go along with it. When we look at this just from a substance use standpoint, Of those jails that do some sort of substance testing, when a person comes in, 4 out of every 5 people test positive for some substance. 63% of the persons incarcerated at any given time have a diagnosable substance use disorder. However, our jails only have the capacity to treat 1 out of every 5 people that need it. So we still continue to look at and use our jails in a manner that they were never intended to be used for. We did a study of 20 jail diversion sites and had 2,122 of those jail diversion participants participate in a trauma study looking at things like sexual assault and physical assault, sexual abuse, physical abuse. There were 2 things that we found from this study that really surprised us. First one over here is in the lifetime column. We expected to see a somewhat significant difference, a different prevalence rate between men and women when it came to their lifetime histories of experiencing trauma. As you'll see from the lifetime column, about 96% of the women in the study and almost 89% of the men indicated that they had been victims of sexual abuse, of physical abuse at some point in their life. Of these 2,100. I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head. I apologize. I didn't do the study and I don't know, but that's a great question, okay? This just looked at primarily right now at men and women in the justice system. Another thing that surprised us over in the current column, about 3 out of every 4 women and 8.5 out of every 10 men that said in the year leading up to their arrest, which led to their involvement in the jail diversion program, they had again experienced some significant trauma, sexual abuse or physical abuse. So what that told us is that not only are people dealing with the trauma from the past in their lives, but it's going on right now. As you are having contact with people in your part of the system right now, the trauma is ongoing. Right? So these aren't just histories of trauma, they're significant histories of trauma. So the population that we're talking about serving and working with and helping and living with day in and day out, significant mental health issues, co-occurring substance use disorders, significant histories of trauma, and let's throw in a 4th factor for most people, comorbid physical health issues, whether that's heart disease or cancer or diabetes or some other health-related issue. These are complex issues that we're trying to help people with. What I'd like you to do is to look inside the Pentagon there. The fear, the powerlessness, the anger, the pain. When we're talking about individuals who have significant histories of trauma, the things that are inside the Pentagon are the things that we can't see that are going on inside the individual. However, in the justice system, it begins to manifest itself in ways that we can see. Physical health issues, mental health issues, behavioral problems like John was exhibiting as an 11-year-old, poor relationships, substance use. These are all the things that we assign labels to people that we come into contact with who are justice system involved that we define as maladaptive behaviors or non-pro-social behaviors, antisocial behaviors, these things that people are engaged in. What we fail to see is what's going on inside the person as a result of the history of the trauma. So again, even though it's not as simple as I'm about to make it sound, one of the things that we can do when we're talking about this merging, this intersection, this marriage of systems, criminal justice, behavioral health, victim support, offender services, is this idea of collaboration. Now, unfortunately, in many of the communities that I go into and work in, when I say the word collaboration, this is what comes to mind, all right? This is not what collaboration has to look like when we're talking about cross systems in a community. For those of you that don't recognize this is an old Gary Larson Far Side cartoon that says, "It's time we face reality, my friends. We're not exactly rocket scientists." The good news is we don't have to be rocket scientists to make community collaboration work. All right? Good community collaboration, there are things that we can put into place, but it doesn't have to be complex. So as Abby pointed out to you, I'm from Nebraska. When I hear the word silos, what do you think I think of? I think of these big above ground silos that corn and wheat and grain and other things go into. When we talk about challenges to collaboration, what we're talking about are these underground missile silos that nobody can see. Our systems can tend to become very protective of our resources, our money, right? When we talk about blended or braided funding, that's a hard discussion to have because it means I might have to move resources from this area over to this area, or I might have to have the conversation about, is my agency and this agency duplicating some sort of service that maybe we could do better if we partnered up and blended or braided our resources, our funding. We also tend to become very protective of our human resources, right? I don't want to lose good people in my organization to your organization. What if you pay them $1 an hour more than I do? Creates a naturally competitive environment that doesn't necessarily foster good collaboration. So how do we enhance collaboration? One way is through good cross-training, and I mean true cross-training. So back in 2003, when I started up our county's behavioral health jail diversion program, we did a really good job at the mental health center when the jail or somebody else would come to us and say, hey, could you send somebody over to train our staff on signs and symptoms of mental health issues so that way our jail staff have a better idea of what they're looking for and how to better respond? We did a really good job of being responsive to that. What I did a crappy job of was saying to the corrections director, you know what, we got 40 case managers who are serving on average 40 people apiece, several of whom come into contact with your jail on an annual basis. Would it be okay if you sent staff over to train our case managers on why it is that they can't just show up at the jail anytime they want, or they can't just bring whatever property into the jail they want? So good cross-training to foster that community collaboration. A little bit earlier, I think Mike talked about things like MOUs, data sharing agreements, partnerships, memorandums of understanding, things that define what the partnership will look like, the information that can be shared, the data that can be shared. And finally, success in a community. I can tell when we do a sequential intercept mapping, there's one key criteria that tells me whether a community is likely to succeed and move forward or unlikely. And fortunately, you guys are in the likely boat. It's when you have formalized task forces, groups, and subcommittees that are focused on the partnership between criminal justice, behavioral health, but also taking a look at things like victim supports and offender services. All right? We talked about it earlier. We have to have people with lived experience. If you do not have people who have been there and done that and can say, this is what worked for me and this isn't what worked for me, as part of these formalized bodies, you're missing the most important voice in the room. All right? People with lived experience have to be a part of these. And then finally, having boundary spanners and champions. People who are elected officials, appointed officials who can say, this is a topic that's important to our community. We're going to get everybody together and we're going to work on this. You have to have, I mean, if I try to call a group of people into the room, 5 people might show up. If Judge Waller does it, everybody's going to show up. All right? So you need those boundary spanners and those champions. So the benefits of effective community collaboration, people stay in services longer. If you have good collaboration in your community and you're connecting people with the right services, treatments, or supports that meet their need at the time, people stay in services longer. I used to be the clinical director for behavioral health Medicaid in Nebraska. Average time in working with a clinician, if you were a Medicaid recipient, was 1 session. 1 session. It's pitiful. It's horrible. All right? Keeping people in services longer means increased community stability, which ultimately leads to increased public safety, which is a huge reason that we're here today, right? Collaboration is key to public safety, to making this work. You guys have had the conversation about who's missing today, who's not in the room today. How many of you have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Just about everybody. What's at the bottom rung of the pyramid of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Go ahead, say it out loud. Say it proud. Come on. Safety and security. Yeah, basic needs. So as part of this community collaboration, as part of these formalized bodies and task forces, regardless of which part of the system that you're working in, I'm going to tell you a lesson that I was taught a long time ago by the people we served in our jail diversion program. I was so excited because we were going to save people's lives in Lancaster County with all the great evidence-based practices and treatments that we had in place, and that was partially true. But what our participants quickly taught me was, Travis, if I don't know where I'm laying my head down tonight, if I don't have semi-clean clothes to wear, if I have no idea where the medications I need are coming from, if I have no idea where my next meal is going to be at, all your great treatments aren't going to do me a whole lot of good. We have to have people who help others meet their basic needs at the table day in and day out as part of these groups. If we can't help people meet their basic needs, connecting them with evidence-based practices is not going to do a whole lot of good when I'm sitting there with my stomach growling and I stink, right? So the sequential intercept model, created back in 2005, first publication was in 2006, created by Dr. Mark Munitz, a forensic psychiatrist in Ohio, Dr. Patty Griffin, a forensic psychologist in Pennsylvania, and our former president, Dr. Hank Stedman. And really what the model looks at is how people move through the criminal justice system in fairly predictable ways, in a fairly linear manner, from the point of law enforcement contact to being booked into jail, to a first court appearance, to maybe I'm released at that first court appearance, maybe I continue to stay in jail longer, reentry services, probation, and parole. All right, so how I move through the system. However, what it also does is look at, are there points of intercept where I can get people prompt access to treatment, where appropriate? Where are the opportunities for diversion at? What's available in the community to appropriately divert people to? How can I help people move through the justice system in a more timely manner? So let me ask you a question. If Abby and I are arrested on the same day for the same charge, she's not dealing with significant mental health issues and I am, who's more likely to spend more time in jail? I'm the one that's dealing with significant, she's not, I am. I am more likely to spend more time in jail. What are some of the reasons for that? Because you're not going to cooperate. Exactly, I may not cooperate. What else? Might not show up to court. Failure to appear. What else? Can't aid and assist, exactly. Maybe my defense attorney is going to raise competency issues, and that's going to start a whole long series of events that, even if my charge is fairly minor, may keep me ensnared in the justice system for a longer period of time. While I'm incarcerated, I might get disciplinary infractions and lose time and have to stay longer. So there's a whole host of reasons why we want to look at how do we help people with significant behavioral health issues move through the justice system in a more timely manner and also get connected with the right resources in the community. So this idea of persistent pursuit says this, as I look at the sequential intercept model. I'm going to come back to this one here in just a second. I keep coming back to lessons that I've learned, things that I've been taught by participants in programs that I've run or that I've overseen or that I've supervised. I learned just how, probably no other word for it than arrogant, it was of me to think that because right here and right now I've got Joe standing before me at the booking desk of the jail and I'm saying, Joe, we've got this jail diversion program that you need to be a part of. That Joe has to say yes at that point. All right, I don't get to dictate a person's readiness for assistance, their readiness for help, their readiness for treatment, their readiness for supports, their readiness for services. So we have to create a system and a partnership and a collaboration within our communities that says, regardless of where I'm at along this continuum, I'm going to hear the consistent message of, we're here to help you. How can we help you right now? What do you need? So that way, even if Joe says no to me here in Intercept 2, he's getting the same message in Intercept 3, and Intercept 4, and Intercept 5, that I'm here to help. What do you need? What can we offer you? What's missing right now? All right? Because at some point, Joe is likely going to be ready, and he's going to say yes, because he's heard that message time and time again. So this idea of persistent pursuit and meeting a person where they're at in terms of their readiness. Now, how many of you have heard of the fable of the 5 blind men and the elephant? Oh, I can't make it up then. The fable goes something like this. There are 5 blind men living in a village, and I'll give you the Cliff Notes version here. They've had ongoing discussions about what is it that an elephant looks like. And they decide one day when an elephant wanders into the village, they're going to go up to the elephant, touch a different part of it, and describe what that feels like, that part that they're touching. So one touches the tail and describes it as a thick, sinewy rope. Another touches the tusk and describes it as a spear. Another touches the tusk and describes it as a spear. Another touches the trunk and describes it as it's like a snake, and this goes on and on. And finally, what happens when they're done doing this and describing this to each other is not only do they not have a better idea of what the elephant looks like, they're more confused than they were before they even started this whole process. So what the sequential intercept model does is it takes all these various systems of our community collaborative efforts, whether it's the jail, reentry, the courts, probation, parole, behavioral health, victim supports, offender services, and it begins to help us speak this more common language. You know, Abby talked about acronyms earlier. I've been to all 50 states, guys. I've been acronymed to death, all right? What the sequential intercept model does is it helps us to speak a more common language. So if I'm a law enforcement officer working in Intercept 1, and I have no clue what happens in the courts in Intercept 3, I can begin to understand that process better through the utilization of the sequential intercept model. So again, being from the Midwest, I'm used to funnels, so I like the funnel model better than I do the linear model. And in an ideal community, when we look at the sequential intercept model, you see intercepts 0 and 1 up top. An ideal community creates a system where we can divert people early on so they don't penetrate further and further into the criminal justice system. Because what we know from the research, and I've got a little bit of it here to share in the next few minutes, is that the further and the longer a person penetrates into the criminal justice system, the worse the outcomes. The effects of trauma. You see this in your work day in and day out? Signs and symptoms of people that you work with? I see it all the time in the justice system. So how do we create a trauma-informed approach in this community collaboration across our systems? We need to let people know that they're safe when they're with us. We need to let people know that we're trustworthy, and we do that by following through with what we say we're going to do. We provide people with peer support, access to people with lived experience who have been there, who have done that, who are success stories, can say this worked for me, this didn't work for me. We show collaboration and mutuality with other organizations that the person comes into contact with. We give the person empowerment, a voice, and choice in what's happening in their lives, regardless of which system or systems they're involved in. And we take into consideration their cultural, historical, and gender issues. This is how we create more trauma-informed systems, regardless of which system we're working in. So there's a few things that I want to touch on. I'm going to have more slides than I have time, but there are a few key things that I want to touch on, and you'll have access to these slides here, okay? We've talked about the historical nature, and Abby described it really well, of, you know, Abby and I are roughly the same age when I think we are. Sorry if I insulted you. You called 911. I mean, hell, guys, okay, on Sunday, and this is why I'm sore, okay? My partner is the executive director of the Mental Health Association of Nebraska. We have a kickball team called Cops and Cons. All right, so she has 45 staff, most of whom have done prison time, have mental health issues, have substance use disorders, are really the population that we're talking about up here today. They have such a unique and great partnership with the Lincoln Police Department and the Lancaster County Sheriff's Office that we are all part of a city rec kickball team, all right? So we show up to play on Sunday, and there's nobody there to open the doors. So I call the number for Parks and Rec, and the Parks and Rec voicemail says, please call the non-emergency Lincoln Police Department number. And I'm like, we're just trying to get into a rec center to play kickball, yet the message for Parks and Rec says, call the police department if you're trying to get into the building or you need something. How ingrained is this? I mean, I realize I didn't say call 911, the emergency number, but you were still instructed to call the non-emergency number for the Lincoln Police Department. And so when we talk about what happens here in Intercept Zero, and the reason that we created Intercept Zero is that we had a number of folks who used to come to us and say, when we started with Intercept 1, I love the sequential intercept model, but unfortunately what it illustrates, what it depicts is my loved one, my friend, or myself has to first have contact with a law enforcement officer in order to get help. We have to dial 911 first in order to get help. So we quickly worked on backtracking to Intercept Zero and really helping communities look at the crisis care continuum that's available within the community. However, there's two key questions here. Do you, as people in this room, know what all's involved in your crisis care continuum when people are in crisis? And I want to give you an example of Mecklenburg County or Charlotte, North Carolina that we did a sequential intercept mapping with. They, after their mapping, took an inventory of what services do we have in the community that are preventative or pre-crisis? What do we have when a person's in crisis but it's not emergent? They don't necessarily need to go to the hospital at this moment. What are those emergency services when this is a full-blown emergency? And then just as importantly, what happens after the crisis? Why is that important to look at what the post-crisis care of continuum looks like in your jurisdiction? Why is that critical? Yeah. If this idea of trying to prevent this recidivism or this cycle back into various systems, whether it's justice systems, behavioral health systems, whatever it looks like, if we're not tending to how do we help a person once the crisis is passed, we're just really setting them up for the crisis to repeat itself. All right? So we need to understand, A, what's available in our community in the crisis care continuum. How do we advertise it? B, so people know that it's out there. And C, do people only know how to access the services by first dialing 911? All right, so there's some critical information that needs to be gathered in our partnerships and our collaborations as we look at how do we help people with trauma histories, with behavioral health histories, with substance use histories, with significant mental health issues, with health issues. How do we help people avoid that unnecessary law enforcement contact to get access to the help that they need, whether it's pre-crisis, full crisis, or post-crisis, right? Now, I think the sheriff's still here, but I heard a conversation earlier that I just want to touch on really quick. And that is in the President's 21st Century Policing Report, and this is really related to Intercept 0 and 1. That 21st Century Policing Report really identifies two primary roles of law enforcement officers in our community, the guardian versus the warrior, all right? And when we look at Intercept 0, we're really talking about that guardian role of law enforcement, helping people who are in crisis access services, treatments, and supports in a time of need, helping people move back towards the community in times of crisis. When we move into Intercept 1, a law enforcement officer is faced with an important decision that puts them perhaps more in the warrior role of, can I help this person move back towards the community, or am I really looking at an initial detention with a person, booking them into the local jail, right? But really what this whole thing requires is, what do our first responders do differently? That includes our 911 operators. What types of training do they receive? What questions do they ask? How do they triage calls? What types of training and response do law enforcement, fire, EMS have when people are in crisis? But also, what do people like me? And unfortunately, in the community that I come from, we have done an inadequate job of helping law enforcement really make this system change. And that's something that we're getting better at right now. But if we're talking about true collaboration, it's what do all of these systems do differently to produce the system change that's necessary, okay? So as we go through this, and what you're gonna have in the PowerPoint that I've given to you is that as it goes through each intercept, it takes a look at ways that we potentially, and certainly unintentionally, traumatize or re-traumatize the people that we come into contact with in the justice system. For example, when we put people in jail, they're confined, right? Confined in a small space. It's part of what being in jail is about. However, if I've been traumatized by being locked in a room by someone repeatedly or for a long period of time, that might trigger a trauma response based on my history. When I'm told, I don't know if anybody has gone out to see the new movie yet, Just Mercy, with Michael B. Jordan and Jamie Foxx, but, you know, Michael B. Jordan walks into prison to go see Jamie Foxx, and he's made to strip search. He's an attorney, and he's made to strip search. And this presentation today is exactly what I thought of when I saw that. You could see his response, the humiliation, the anger. And we have a system that unintentionally brings out a lot of those emotions, those trauma responses. And so when Bruce talked earlier, and I really like the way that you phrase this, these meetings that you've had of people of, basically, if we started over again from scratch, is this the system that we would create or not? And I think if we went through each one of these intercepts and looked at, you know, in the courts, for example, I'm brought in, for the most part, in handcuffs. My back might be faced to an audience that I have no idea who is there. I'm looking up on a bench at a judge that's elevated and wearing a black robe. We've had some judges around the country that have decided, I'm doing away with that. I know the trauma histories of the people that are coming into my courtroom. So what they've done is they're wearing street clothes. They've put a conference table in the middle of the floor in their courtrooms. Everybody sits around the table together on an equal level, and they do the court proceedings that way. The person's back is not to an unrecognizable audience while they're in cuffs. So there are things that we can do throughout our shared systems, throughout our collaborations, to remove some of the things that trigger those trauma responses in folks who have, again, not just histories of trauma, but significant histories of trauma. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Travis. We are just about on time. Thank you for taking some time to reflect on some models that I believe can help us, well, unironically, eat the elephant one bite at a time. Thank you for the elephant metaphor. And enable us to focus with such a large topic and really throwing out some, what are our strategies? What is the vision? That taking one bite at a time, using the intercept model is a really nice way to embark on a partialized way to make that successful. For example, we recently had some of Travis's staff come and help us map intercepts 0 and 1. Commissioner Myron was there. Oh, do you have something? As soon as... Okay. And what that enabled us to do is, I'm sorry she stepped out, but as Commissioner Hardesty was launching the process to develop the Portland Street Response Model, then we mapped the front end of the system so that the folks who are developing and then launching that program can understand what exists currently so that they can understand the intersection and basically how to make a new response fit into what currently exists, or what we might want to do to make the front end even better. Let's take a 15-minute break. Please come back at 2:20. Might I suggest, in addition to refilling all of your vessels, that you take a look at the amazing work that Nitya is working on around the room, capturing our discussion today. It's pretty phenomenal. So at 2:20, I will get back on the mic and ensure that Sonia has her full time. Thank you. Thanks to those of you who stay through to the end. Much appreciated. We will reward you with delicious treats at 3:30 this afternoon. So I have the honor to introduce Sonia Shah, who was referred to me through Danielle Sered, who does some restorative justice work in Brooklyn, and she sang your praises. So thank you for being willing to come here. And I love mentioning a little thing about folks I introduce. Not they're just people that we flew here to come talk at us. But when Sonia walked in this morning, that was the first I'd ever met her. Because when we talked the first time, you were in the car on your way to San Quentin. I was like, okay, this is really where the work happens. We got to get this woman here. And she flew in this morning and is leaving soon as we're done. So thank you for spending the day in Portland. So for her introduction, Sonia Shah initiated the Ahimsa Collective in 2016. She has 20 years of experience in social justice education and 12 years experience in restorative practices. She has trained hundreds of facilitators in trauma healing and restorative justice practices across the U.S. She's worked closely with survivors of violent crimes, people who have done harm, families impacted by violence, and law enforcement. She is a survivor of sexual abuse, a Buddhist, and a first-generation immigrant from northwestern part of India. She speaks at national conferences, colleges, and has appeared several times in the media. She has 2 amazing children who remind her what it means to be in love all of the time. She is a BA from Brown University and an MFA from the Art Institute of Chicago, and has received Jacob Javits and Fulbright fellowships in her career. Sonia Shah.
Okay, so, hi. It's been a long day, and I'm sure everyone's exhausted. So thanks for sticking around for a little longer. So I'm going to jump in sort of in a place that's maybe more personal, and I think it's a way that we start. I come from like really, really deep community and being with people and folks, and sort of a place that we start is oftentimes with ourselves. And I think starting with ourselves kind of then gives rise to like, why do we trust you? Because you have skin in the game, right? So I have skin in this game. I have skin in this game, and I know other people have so much skin in this game. So I initiated this Ahimsa Collective. Ahimsa, as you know, as I mentioned before, is just a Sanskrit word that means do no harm, about 4 years ago. And I've been working in this sort of area of healing and accountability and deep healing work with people who've done harm and survivors for about 15 years. I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse, and I came to a realization pretty early on in my own life that, I grew up sort of terrified that things were going to happen. And when I was in my 18, 19, 20s, I sort of realized that my healing was not dependent on anybody else's suffering. And that what I wanted more than anything else was to understand sort of why harm even happens to begin with. And if I were to sit across the person that did harm me over multiple years, that's what I would want to know. And it wasn't coerced, and it didn't come from anywhere. It came from my own trajectory of my own healing journey. My parents I'm a first-generation immigrant. My mother was forced to come to the U.S. by my father. And so we grew up also in this context of this very forced kind of immigration that had a huge impact on my family. So coming into like a work around harm and around trauma and around violence is just very, very personal, and I think it is for each of us. Maybe not in the ways that we're talking about this level, this kind of incarceration, but for me, very much in the ways of patriarchy and domestic violence and sexual harm. And I want to just say a little bit, a moment about that, is that often is also who's not at the table. That level of that conversation of gender-based violence, of sexual violence, that is a huge part of this notion of what violence is. So I really want to encourage you as you move forward to not break mass incarceration down and all this stuff down only into certain ways that we think about violence, but kind of expanding what we're talking about. So we do a ton of work in victim offender dialogues, and we do work in prison, and we do a ton of work that's really oriented towards healing and accountability. And what I wanted to start with talking about is just sort of kind of what grounds us. So we come from just this deeply humanistic, relational, non-judgmental, non-shaming community approach to this work. So working with hundreds and hundreds of people who've been incarcerated for severe crimes over many years, working with survivors, is always forefronting our relationship and being non-shaming and non-judgmental, even for the worst thing that somebody has ever done. I remember sitting in a room with somebody who, you know, it's happened so many times, right? Someone said, you know, sometimes you just have to like throw a woman in your trunk to keep them quiet. And if I'd sat in that room in that moment and said, you know, that's so messed up and you're so messed up and how could you do that? People who are in that place where they're trying to sort of investigate what's going on for them will just shut down. But if we create environments that are really centered in healing and accountability, that are really truly non-judgmental, there's this kind of opening that happens for folks. The other thing is this forefronting of agency, just to always know that wherever we are, we hold power, that we hold power over people. There was the great example that Travis gave of just the judge in the room and where we're standing. But everything we do, we have power, right? So if I'm walking into a prison, I automatically have power. And so what do I do to always question what is my power, and how do I always forefront the agency of the person so that people are always the authorities of their own life experience? They always get to tell you how they need healing. They always get to tell you what they need, and that leading with what do you want, what do you need, how do you heal, what works for you is not going to look like what it works like for anybody else. And just to say that that is also incredibly culturally specific, historically specific, and socially specific, and it's the thing that gets lost so often, is if I grew up in an Asian context and I've done harm and I've been taught my whole life that talking about stuff is not how you should never talk about your problems, it's going to be really hard for me to talk about my problems, right? So that healing is not just specific to that person, but it's really like deeply historically, culturally, and socially specific. I want to say something else about a sense of why that shouldn't get lost in this notion of like living in the multiple truths and 200% reality, and not paying lip service to sort of the social conditions that create harm, right? So I mentioned that my partner is formerly incarcerated for the last 30 years. He's Sioux and Mexican. His mother was stolen from a reservation by a white family and severely abused, and then brought up her son, my partner, in that way, severely abusing him, right? So there's nothing about, and he committed this murder when he was 16, which is completely related to all of his trauma, as we all know. There's no part of his experience that is devoid from the fact that his mother was stolen off a reservation. We can't separate out that that is true. And we can't separate out what is also true is that he's 100% responsible for what he did. And there's this way that it feels like we have to open our minds to truly, what we do so often is we focus on the act, but we forget all of the context that came before it. And what would it look like to create these systems that were different, that we were truly understanding the context around it? Centering community-based healing. So I have a lot to say about this. So when I started doing this work like 15 years ago, I was like completely terrified because I'm not a therapist. And I remember starting to do this like sort of deep RJ healing accountability work and going like, oh my God, how can I do this? I'm not a therapist. And it was at a time in like social justice communities that everybody was afraid to do anything with anybody because they were afraid of like re-traumatizing everyone else, right? So I can't say anything about trauma. We couldn't even say the words trauma. I don't know if people remember that. We couldn't even say the words trauma because you were afraid you were going to re-traumatize somebody. That was going on like 10 years ago. So we all kept our mouths shut and we're like, And at some point, I had this really beautiful conversation with someone who is a director of mental health. And he said, Sonia, isn't the point of community health to bring it back to the community? And it kind of sent me on this goose chase to like learn about psychology and like the origins of it. And I have a therapist. I love my therapist to death. And there is a mental health sort of like industrial complex too, right? There's a complex that makes us feel as people in community that we do not know how to sit across a table and heal each other. It makes us feel like if I have lived experience of being incarcerated, I can't speak to my brother or sister about their experiences and have more to say. So much of the work that we do inside with hundreds of people in prison is not about us coming with expertise of a treatment modality. It's about sitting in deep community with people who have wisdom about what they need and how to heal and just being with each other. And yeah, we do some trainings and yeah, we do, but you know, like 5-6 days and then you're just in it with each other. And I just really want to say that we have to tease out this notion. I've heard the word treatment many times today, and as this unilateral sort of like treatment, and it scares me because what are we actually talking about when we talk about treatment if we don't really, really lead with what people want and what people need? In California, in the Bay Area right now, when lifers get out of prison and they go to reentry, every single home that is for reentry is drug and alcohol related, oriented towards people coming out of jails. And most of the lifers have done like years and years of drug rehab. They don't need it. And they're stuck in these things that make no difference at all. And they're saying they're getting treatment. So I really, like, as you tease out what you're actually talking about when it comes to like, what is, and I would even sort of suggest replacing the word to healing. What is healing? What's the right healing modality for this person? What would be really deeply meaningful to them? And I just want to say something for us is that we're always about kind of walking our talk. So the work that my sharing with you personally is we have this sort of sense of, you know, we can only go with a group of people that have done harm or are survivors as deep as we're willing to go ourselves. So if I'm not willing to work on my shame and my secrecy and my trauma and all those things, how can I expect anybody else to do that as well? So I want to talk about these sort of things about accountability, right? So it's sort of this whole notion of moving forward is really moving into a deeper understanding of how healing and accountability can replace this notion of like punishment and being punitive. And that the work of accountability and healing is actually way harder than punishment in terms of being internal. I remember one of the first sort of groups I did 15 years ago at San Quentin was one dude was in the military. He spent 17 years in like special operations, like 4 tours. And he was like, man, sitting with you for 2 years is scarier than the 17 years I spent, you know, in the military. It's scarier because I have to like actually make the commitment to try to understand everything that has happened to me, how I feel shame, why I do what I do, you know, go through all the depths of these experiences in order to actually change as a person. And there was another person just most recently in one of our sort of groups who said this about, I said, you know, other programs and stuff, they're great. They'll come in and they'll really, you know, of course, you know, they'll change our behaviors, right? We're very focused on behaviors. And they'll change our behaviors. But this kind of work of being in relationship and doing deep work together fundamentally changed who I was. It didn't just change my behavior, it fundamentally changed who I am. So when I'm healing the deepest part of myself and becoming accountable for the deepest part of myself, I'm fundamentally changing who I am, which we hope is also doing that like healing of 7 generations back and 7 generations forward, which is hopefully what we're doing. So more than recidivism, it's like how are we thinking about transformation? How are we thinking about deep, deep healing and deep, deep transformation? So accountability is such this crazy buzzword, right? We all use it and people are like, what does that actually mean? What does that actually take? And I'm only talking about interpersonal accountability, not like communities and systems accountability. But if you break down accountability, really it comes down to a few things. Having a deep capacity for self-awareness. Do I have the capacity to understand that I might have hurt somebody? So if somebody says to me, oh my God, Sonia, you did that, you know, like the first thing, if you think about the first thing that you do, the first thing I do is go, oh my God, well, fuck you. I didn't do that. You know, that wasn't me. It was this, that. And I find all these excuses. And then I go, oh no, actually, maybe I did do that. Wow, I really did do something. Oh, okay. I'm feeling kind of shame about it, right? I don't want to like sort of say that I did it, but I did do it. Now I have to think about like what was going on in me to kind of do something that was harmful to somebody else, right? And how do I get to the place where I'm willing to sort of make things right? Is usually I have to go through a lot of self-awareness, right? So there's self-awareness, it's a commitment to understanding why it's feeling remorse and bad. It's a desire to make things right. It's a lifelong practice. And there's this thing that we have called finding right size accountability, which is the place between sort of denial and over-apology. And everyone knows that denial is sort of like, you know, I didn't do it, you know, what are you talking about? And over-apology is also not accountable, right? This sense of, oh my God, I'm horrible, I'm so sorry. Somebody says you did something, you're like, I'm so sorry, I'm the worst person ever. It's the most horrible thing I ever did. And what do you feel as the person that's receiving that is, oh, this is all about you and it's not about me, right? And in the over-apology place, there's like a shame spiral. There's a huge shame. I feel so ashamed. I feel so little self-worth. I feel so horrible and so helpless. I can't even figure out what I've done and that I've impacted you. And so much work around accountability is actually working with shame. How do we get to accountability? I'm not going to go into that first. Everybody's heard of hurt people, the notion of trying to deeply understand why you did something, to understand how you committed a harm. And there's so many beautiful theories of the connection between, you know, trauma or environmental conditions that go unprocessed or unmet, that turn inwards, where people start hurting themselves, or turn outwards and they hurt other people. So it's this like acting in, acting out. And the flip side of that is healing those traumas actually builds the understanding of why I did what I did, which will make me stop doing what I did again. So that is that link between healing and accountability. We just dig into all these areas of shame and guilt and grief and loss and the roles of addiction, power and control, all those different factors, but from that really relational place, right? Also just sort of never, you know, getting to a place where it's not that accountability is about finding the one thing. People inside that I've met are always looking for the one reason why they did harm, when really the reasons are often like very, very multifarious. I want to say that in this work that we do, in this kind of healing modality, it's always addressing trauma and accountability separately. Like if we're talking about the victim-offender dichotomy, right? There's a part of you that is a victim that needs to be seen as a person that was hurt. And that trauma and that hurt needs tending to, and the wounding needs tending to. And then there's a part of a person that might have done some harm in that moment where they can move into the piece that's accountable. We talk a lot about this notion of like separating the self from the act and how important that is, where this notion that you're not the worst thing that you've done, it's an act, right? And I'm sure people here have questioned that sort of why we don't use the words even victim and offender in our work anymore. We use people who've done harm and people who've caused harm, because there's this notion that you get trapped in the act if you're labeled and identified only as a victim and only as offender. So you were always that act. You were never anything else but that act. There's a beautiful Native American psychologist who talks about that with alcohol. He says, when you say you're an alcoholic, it's that you're trapping alcoholism in you, as opposed to the spirit of alcohol is moving through me, right? So this notion that there are things in it, they move through us. And the harm I did also moves through me, right? The alcoholism moves through me. So this sense of separation. For us, what we have known and seen is once people have started to feel empathy for their own victimization, for their own trauma, for their own environmental conditions, it's more easier to have empathy for others. So when I've done a bunch of face-to-face dialogues between survivors and people who've done harm, and getting to that point is that the person who's done harm has to feel empathy first. You feel me, you see me, you hear me. Oh, now I can feel you and see you and hear you, right? So empathy grows as healing grows. Going the wrong way here. So what gets in the way of being accountable? I mentioned shame. I mean, everybody sort of should study a lot about shame. Shame is like the number one blocker of healing and accountability. Shame is like that crazy emotion that really, really wants to speak and be healed, but actually what it does is it hides in secret and is afraid. And under shame is usually like terror and feelings of annihilation, and actually feelings that are so much deeper. So shame itself actually protects us from feeling the deep terror that we might feel to heal something, the deep terror that we might feel to say that we've done something. I have sat in a room with so many people I can't even name where it was the first time that they've ever said that they'd done a harm. It was the first time that they ever said that they were survivors. It was the first time that they ever actually admitted to harms that they've never gotten caught for. And I will tell you, every single time, it's that deep well of like, I have to get through this incredible sense of shame and all the terror that I feel, all the worthlessness that I feel in order to talk about those things, right? So shame, trauma, lack of self-reflection, a sense of like just real negative sense of self. I would say also just these black and white belief systems, like we either are bad or we're good. It comes from a kind of puritanical value system. If we live in the non-binary, there's not so much bad and good, there's just gray. And this sense of the patterns of if we have so many unhealthy life choices over time, what's gonna happen, right? If I'm hiding and being secret for 15 years about my drinking, it's gonna be really hard for me to come clean, about my drinking, right? Which is actually true for me. So the impact of accountability, so healing for all parties. So I recently we did a face-to-face dialogue with a woman who was sexually abused for 7 years by her stepfather and her stepfather. And, this is when she was, from 11 to 17 years old or 10 to 17 years old. And 10 years later, she wants to talk to this person who did the harm to her. And I can't even say what it was like after 14 months of sitting in the room with those people. And the deeper his accountability was, the deeper her healing went, right? So the deeper he just didn't minimize and told the truth and heard her, the deeper she was able to tell him all the stories of how she felt at night when he came, how she slept with a knife under her bed, what she felt all those years, the deeper her healing went. She's afraid to let her kids out, of her sight. And after this, she's been able to let them go on sleepovers, right? Few months later, she came into her own place of forgiveness for him, which I couldn't even believe. So there's just so many things that happen in the impact of accountability. And, just the new sense of self. And I think a huge thing is coming back into community, being in beloved relationships and community, right? So accountability itself brings people back into community. So a couple of things I want to say just about like healing and accountability sort of together, that they happen in relationship. They don't usually happen so much alone. We usually we heal because we're healing together. We heal because we're healing with each other. There's I've done a lot of work, and I've just been in community with a lot of Indigenous folks. And there's a beautiful example of, in the Hetsuk Nation in Canada, what they do is when there's a wrongdoing, and everybody knows in their little town there's a wrongdoing, they have a cabin in the woods. The person who's done harm goes to that cabin for a month to 9 months. And there's nobody else there, it's nature, and they're visited once a week by mentors. And the woman said, she's the head of their sort of all their RJ work, is that, the folks confront their demons, they really heal in nature, and they come back to the community after a month or 9 months, really, really ready to be in community and to live in community and to make amends. So these kinds of solutions don't have to be so cookie cutter. What is our version of cabin in the woods when you talk about, Oregon? I talked about empathy. I want to say something about this sense of responsibility to others that can make us more accountable. So it's another sort of personal story for me. So when I was, the impact of my own sort of sexual harm and my immigrant family and my alcoholic parents was that I shoplifted a lot when I was younger. I was very good at figuring out how to steal from everything. I shoplifted all throughout college. I went to Brown University. And all the women of color I was with also shoplifted, by the way, because we all lived together and none of us had dealt with any of the stuff that was going on in our lives. And when I got out, I started working when I got out of college, I started working in a seventh and eighth grade. I worked for my history teacher in a charter school, who was my history teacher when I was in 7th and 8th grade. And it's just these beautiful kids that were in need and in risk. I grew up in New York. And I remember the day I stopped shoplifting. I was standing in like a Duane Reade, and I was gonna steal something for no reason. I was 21 years old. I'm like, I don't even need this. But it was so habitual, and I was so used to being sort of like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, kind of getting straight A's and then taking stuff. And it was thinking about those kids, and what would it be like if they saw me here? And I can't do this to them. That actually made me stop. So when I've been in different indigenous communities with folks, it's been something that's kind of common that folks in indigenous communities and Navajo Nation talk about. The sense of like having relationship and having responsibility can actually make you accountable. There's a peacemaker in the indigenous Navajo Nation that says the minute that she gets someone who's reoffending into her room, what she does is she starts naming their relationships. What's your kinship? What's your clanship? Where are you from? And just the naming of your ancestry, of your relationships, helps people feel a sense of belonging, which helps to stop recidivism. There was another man who was a probation officer, and he had someone who was recidivating a lot, and he said that, he finally came to him, he tried all kinds of drug and alcohol treatment, blah, blah, blah. And he asked him where he was from, and he said, well, I'm really from this traditional area in Shiprock in Arizona. And he said, okay, I'm gonna sentence you to 60 days with your mother, who's a traditional Navajo woman. I want you to learn everything about her, and I want you to come back to me after 60 days. So he went and he spent 60 days with his mother, a traditional Navajo woman, and he learned everything he could. And he didn't do drugs or alcohol during those 60 days. So when he came back, he said, no, I didn't do anything. And he said, okay, I'm gonna send you another 60 days with your mom, right? So, and this was the one thing that helped him to stop recidivate. So I just want to not underestimate like the wisdom of communities to have solutions that are really, really based in like relationship and community. And I remember this beautiful judge who said something about like, well, how do we create community? It's there. We just have to tap into it. People have so much wisdom and so many solutions to what they can do in their own community. And I think I'm just going to say one or two more things. So one of the things for us is it's like if we're following all that, if all of that is true, and I bring in a lot of indigenous examples, is sort of saying like, okay, that's great, but we live in the city, how do we do that here? And I think it's taking that deep paradigm of if I care for everyone, if I'm in relationship with everyone, if I'm replacing a system of punishment with a system of love and compassion, then that's the way that I show up for each person, whether they're incarcerated, whether they're a survivor, whether they're law enforcement, whatever it is. And what I'm looking for is what's really going on for you, what do you need, and how do you want to move forward, right? And I think that is actually possible to do in every level of our if you took the intercept model, of every intercept 0 and intercept 5, like I think there's something more than just sort of, like let's be a little bit more humanistic and trauma informed. It's like, could we just be about love and compassion? Could we be about collective care and relationship, right? And I mean, if we go home at night, when you go home at night, I think about love and I think about community and I think about breaking bread and sharing meals. I don't think about these ways of putting things in boxes. And I think encouraging us to be that bold would be very helpful. I'm going to leave with one last example. It's an Indian indigenous community. And I bring indigenous wisdom in here because it's not just of the old. I actually think it's the way forward. And this community is in Madhya Pradesh. It's the Bhil tribe. And they have this thing called the Halmat, where anytime somebody is in need or in crisis, they can call a Halmat and say Halmat. And everyone in the village comes to help that person who's in crisis. So if your roof is broken and you say Halmat, everybody goes to fix the roof, right? If some abuse is happening in your community and you say Halmat, everybody goes to work with that abuse that's happening. And I don't think these are just practices of old, because those tribes still exist and they're still doing it today. I think that there's like really, really incredibly creative ways we can think of what a helmet looks like for us, right? What does it look like if somebody actually says something and we respond? So I'll leave you at that.
Sonia. So if you could, do you mind just hanging out there with that mic for a little bit and just open up the floor for folks to have opportunity to reflect or ask any questions? And thank you.
Questions and reflections.
I see Mai and Alex is reaching for their, and then the commissioner, okay?
No.
Now it's on. Now it's on. How do you get both parties to be prepared for that kind of talk or that relationship? As we know, so many people come to either offending or victimization with a lot of stuff, whether it be their own trauma or mental health illnesses or drug abuse. How do you get people together to be able to have that?
That's a great question. So I'll say, so we're one of 4 community organizations that run our quote unquote victim offender dialogue program. Hate the name, stuck with it, in the state of California, right? So we're working on, like, let's say 25 cases right now of survivors who reach out. They want to talk to the person that did them harm. And these are severe harms like rape, homicide, et cetera, et cetera. And I will say, and this is the stats from Victim Services too, that from California Victim Services, that in those dialogues, 1 out of 3 will go through. The other 2 won't, right? And I think we can't see the 2 that don't as not successes. Like the impulse to be restorative, the impulse to want to heal and like want to communicate and want to do it differently is a win. But yeah, it's not the best win, but it's still a win, right? And so what gets in the way is often for us, one party's not ready, right? There's, there's not accountability on the side of the person who's done harm. The survivors often change their mind. I will say that's actually more common for us because they realize at some point that they thought it's what they wanted, but they don't actually need it anymore. So they think that maybe this is another key in my healing, but I'm like, oh, actually, I don't want to do this anymore. So I don't, like, for us, there's nothing that's, it's just about being with people where they're at, and we're just always there and we're always ready. So if you decide you want to go for it, go for it. If you don't, and 5 years later you change your mind, great. And in the meantime, maybe you go to drugs and you go wander off over here and you come back. And I think, like, the place that we're in is just to be the other container that is available. We're just here and we're available. We're just here and we're available. And then come what may. And all those things are going to happen. They're all going to happen.
So the queue I've got is Alex, Commissioner Myron, Bruce, and Rod. Alex.
I just wanted to thank you for bringing Indigenous wisdom into the room. I think one of the things that is really important that my elders have always taught me, and that Indigenous mentors in my community have always taught me, is that what white dominant culture tells us is that the best measure of success is independence, that you don't need anybody, like that's when you finally are good. And in our community, the best measure of success is interdependence, is that we all have what we need to help each other. And I think that it's interesting for me to sit as an Indigenous person within systems that are striving toward giving people independence, when that for so many of us in community is not what, I mean, no one that I know in my community says, what I really want is never to need anybody ever again. We want to need and be needed and build community in that way, and that is a hard mind shift, I think, for folks to make when we've been told that independence is the best that we could ever do.
Yeah, I just want to say something. Thank you for saying that about that, which is, having your own experiences with my own experience with psychology or mental health or anybody's, right, is the same thing, the sense of even that notion of like individuation as the marker of like you're grown, right? You're grown when you individuate. And there's a certain way that we talk about individuation for young people. And it's very Western, right? And if I translate that into my Indian community, and let's talk about every Asian immigrant that I know, that doesn't make any sense at all, right? Now, it's not also healthy to always be enmeshed in your family so much so that like they're doing you harm. But like, how do we find that really, really healthy balance between being an individual self and being in community that doesn't look one way or the other? So just thank you so much for that. And I think those are the questions when we talk about treatment again. When we're talking and trying to break down what do we mean by healing and helping and treatment, we have to have such real conversations about this. If you go inside a prison in California, probably true in Oregon, somebody else could say, and people said that they went to see psych, there's a label on that. Nobody goes to see psych, right? Otherwise you're labeled as something. So like psych has a whole bad rap. So how are you going to change the perception of psych, inside a facility when everyone has this feeling of what psych means? That was the same thing for victim for a long time, right? People have this perception of victims as only there to incarcerate you more. So there's so much of that culture shifting that has to be done.
Commissioner Myron?
What I want to say ties in to what Alex just said, and but first I just wanted to thank you for being, first of all, for your incredible presentation, also for being vulnerable and sharing with us what you have been through, and even just so recently what you've been experiencing with your family. So thank you for that. It's really powerful. And basically what I wanted to refer to is the idea of community within our community justice, within our criminal justice systems. And it goes back to, I'd actually highlighted this when Travis had said this earlier, but going back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I'd been speaking with someone very recently, and it's interesting, and they said that the idea of community, they're sort of restructuring it, that almost comes before your physical, needs for shelter and food and safety, that community is sort of that foundational. And we don't have this built into our system. In fact, quite the opposite. And I know, speaking with Judge Waller, when you talked so eloquently with me about the people that you see in your courtroom, and they're doing well because they have this whole community built around them. And it's when they leave that, where do they go? What do they do? And so just needing to really consider that sense throughout our whole continuum as we're working on some of these issues. So thank you.
Can I add something? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
So this guy Alton who got out years ago, he was awesome. He said very much what Bruce said, but he said it in his own way. He said there's 4 things you need when you get out of prison. 1 is you need to work on yourself before you leave. 2 is you need a job. You need a house, and you need a community of support. And he put them all in the same bracket, right? It wasn't like one or the other or the other. It was like the sort of community and the social emotional needs were really, really important. As we know that without basic survival, as Travis said, if you don't have food, what are we even talking about? We kind of know that, right? So just to sort of reiterate that, and I will say with everybody I've ever seen getting out, the ones that have family and that have friends do better. Done. Like, you have family, you have people coming to visit you, you have friends. My partner moved in with me the minute he got out of prison, right? It wasn't like, he had to go around and around and around and around and do all these things that everybody else was doing. And it created such a foundation for him as opposed to what other people are having to go through and make $6,000, a year in the process.
Bruce?
That last comment actually makes me think of Judge Waller's comment right at the beginning about the enormous challenge of people who are very socially isolated, partly because of mental illness, and who certainly in Boston, that seemed to be the hardest group of people. But that wasn't my comment. So I thought this was great, and what you say about intimate relationships, families, as being sources of real harm for people in their biographies, but also intimate relationships having enormous healing power. I think both of those things are true as well, but there's an obvious tension there, and I wonder how you think about that, and particularly when we think about the healing power, the healing potential of communities. Is it entirely indigenous to those communities? Does it require facilitation or support in some ways? How is the healing power of communities best unlocked, particularly when they can also be sites of real harm?
You know, it's so interesting. I feel like we're sort of in like a baby steps place in like urban environments of how to figure out how to be in community with each other. So I hear what you're saying, which is that also families and communities are big sources of interpersonal harm for each other. So it's not to tout like that all indigenous ways or like all families are like a great place for anybody to be. But I guess it's just sort of figuring out that some community is better than isolation, right? And that how do we, what we're just trying to do is, we live in an urban environment. I do. So we're just trying to do it where we are, you know, and we're all the misfits. People that I'm in community with are all people that have lost their family. You know what I mean? They're all, like, I look around sometimes my dinner table and I'm just like, oh yeah, we're all the ones that didn't fit. We're all the ones that can't go back. We're all the ones that are the, you know, this. We're all the ones that are that. And in itself have created sort of some sort of community, right? So while there might be not the deep familial bonds, there's also not the harming that we're doing to each other. So I just wonder, you know, how we just imagine it, you know, in a way that is, of course, not saying that families and communities don't do harm, but I don't know, there's so many people that feel that they get so much support from their families and communities that, you know, what can it do? It's not a very good response. I think you're just raising attention. Yeah.
And I've got two more folks on our list. I think Rod and Erica. And then what I would like to do is move into Chair's closing remarks. And Bruce is going to maybe put a little bit of a bow on our day. And then I have some requests and next steps before we can go have some more food. So Rod, you're up.
Hey, Sonia, welcome. There's not very many people who live in San Quentin that I've spoken to. I have. I joined Jody Gasco and some friends of mine for an afternoon and an entire range of education and inspiration words, all the way from inspirational despair to many other people that are incarcerated. I want to highlight a few of the remarks relative to concepts, and there's lots to talk about. People bring up at the end of the day, but this notion of gender violence. And in fact,
One more, Erica. Sorry, I didn't see your.
So, first of all, I have to say that this live stream is great because I've been texting with people that have been listening to the presentation. I just have to say, Sonia, that people say, I love her. So your message is resonating outside of this room. I guess the question that I have is a broader question, and it might be a rhetorical question, but it really is about, we're talking about doing no more harm. But we're in a system where people feel like our system has harmed them. We're talking about what are the baby steps we need to take as a system to alleviate that harm. But I guess the question that I have is, what are the baby steps of community reconciliation? Like, don't we have to say we're sorry first or something, right? For people to see that we're acknowledging that we need to change as a system. So what's your experience with that and healing circles and communities with the criminal justice system, with the systems that people are involved in? It's not just the criminal justice system. Many systems have really victimized people. So just what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, what a great thought. And thank you also for saying, I was just sort of sitting with it about DV and sexual harm, I had some ideas. But I just wanted to say that, like, just say a couple examples is in the face-to-face dialogues that I've been working with so far, pretty much everybody talks about the trauma of being on the stand or being in the courtroom, whether they were on the stand or not. And the biggest trauma being that the person that harmed them isn't telling the truth. And everybody's validating that it's okay for them not to tell the truth. And so I want to go and have this face-to-face conversation because I really want to hear the truth. And not hearing the truth, especially I tend to do more of the sexual harm dialogues. There's so much victim shaming and victim blaming in sexual harm that when you're also sitting across from the person that sexually abused you and everybody's saying he didn't do it or she didn't do it, and you're like, oh my freaking God, like there's something wrong with me, it just compounds it more and more. And one of my dialogues I was doing with a person I work with now who used to be a public defender. And she was like, oh my God. She's like, I was that person. I told my client never to say anything. I told him to never, ever talk and never say anything. And she was like, I need to apologize to her. I need to have this whole other process with her, which is about the harm that I have done by keeping the truth from coming out, right? Now we know she's just playing a role in a process. And there's something about how do we just sort of sit with that, right? And sit with like, what are the ways in which we might have harmed people? I think about that all the time in my role. I also know for me that I don't work in a system for a reason, because I don't think I could play that role without feeling those things, right? And I'll say one more thing is we've done a lot of, randomly in Massachusetts, we've done a lot of trauma trainings for correctional officers, like first line officers, worked with hundreds of officers. And all those officers, we know they go in there with like really great intentions and wanting to like do really good work and, you know, public safety on their mind, and just so many come from poor communities and communities of color and just like really organize their lives through, you know, law enforcement. And just like hearing folks talk about how they were indoctrinated into violence, like didn't come with violence, but indoctrinated into going from, I thought I was in a helping profession, to hazing folks to treat people who are incarcerated in certain ways, like older correctional officers hazing younger ones, right? And just like to be able to sit back and unwind the ways that we are being violent to each other, right? And like not overdo it, right? Like the sense of like, if maybe your courtroom is set up in a certain way. It's not like I had to go back to every single person and be like, I'm sorry, I had my back to you the whole time. But like, oh, I'm just gonna think about how do I hold power in this place, and how can I be more human? I think just starting there on the individual level, and then on the systems level, like we got a lot of work to do, right? And I think I wonder, and I'm guessing that some of this dismantling is also about trying to do that work. And I think hearing some folks speak about, you know, we're the voices of directly impacted people, right? That's a power thing. Like, why aren't they here, like, at the very beginning? What are we scared of? Like, what's to be afraid of, right? And also without, you know, with no disrespect, just the sense of, from the co-creation from the beginning, if we are aware of our power over at every moment, how does it change? When we're like, no, I'm going to do this with you, even though I don't even know what I'm doing and I'm scared. You know, we're going to have to do this together. So.
Hey, Sonia, thank you. So, Chair Kafori, here to say some closing words, and then we will finish up.
I know we've all been sitting a lot today and learning and listening. I just really am here to say thank you. Thank you for showing up today. Thank you for listening and participating in what have been some really hard conversations, and things that we've heard have not been pleasant. We've had to challenge prior assumptions. Hopefully it's given us a roadmap, or at least the beginnings of the roadmap of where we need to go. We knew that we wouldn't come here today and have a whole bunch of answers. We started the day off with that. Kimberly laid that groundwork that we're not here to have all the answers today. We're here to start conversations. I really feel like at Multnomah County, we have done a lot of great work. We've talked a lot about the work that we're doing, and sometimes we get stuck. We get stuck in this, we don't have enough money, we don't have enough political power, we don't have the right people in the room, so we can't do it. And it's really important that we have these kinds of conversations so that we realize, you know what, we can do it and we have to do it because it is the right thing to do. So thank you again today. I also want to say Abby did such a great job. She thanked all of her staff profusely for what they've done. But I want to take a minute to thank Abby. We are so lucky to have Abby Stamp working with Lipsick and working with all of us. She is a national leader, and I thank you, Bruce, for highlighting that you've seen her and worked with her, and the work that she's done is absolutely incredible. It's great to hear from people around the country, but we also have a national expert right here in our midst. So thank you, Abby. We wouldn't be here doing this stuff if it weren't for you.
Thank you. That's mortifying and lovely. Appreciate it. As I make my way back up to the front, I asked Bruce, who has this ability to find some threads and really just summarize our day today, or anything that spoke to you for a couple of minutes, and then I get to the boring stuff.
Yeah, very quickly. I guess my first impression was I was just blown away by all of the presentations that I heard today, and we've been running national convenings over the last 2 years, and I thought the work by Sonia and Travis and Mai and Kim were just every bit as good as the presentations that we've been hearing in our national convenings, and I share in Deborah's sentiment that this is due to the tremendous planning that Abby has put into today's agenda. There were two big threads in the conversation for me today. One was about budgets and resources and the budget pressure that people are feeling, and I understand that there's a fresh political context for this feeling. It reminds me that good non-punitive public policy in this area is not cheap, and it requires real investment. As expensive as incarceration is, finding non-punitive alternatives also requires real investment. I also think when budgets are cut and people are doing good work, they feel that the alternative vision that they're trying to develop is being rejected, and that hurts. And so I very much took that sense from the room as well. The other thread concerns, and people talked about it in different ways, the importance, the necessity for a change in philosophy was how it was described, a change in paradigm. The Commissioner talked about defining or redefining what our strategic goal should be. I thought Travis was talking about this too, with the idea of persistent pursuit, the idea that the logic of the entire system should be organised around a well-defined mission. And I see part of the task of this conversation as beginning that process of defining what this strategic goal is. I think importantly, it's not necessarily in attention with the current budget environment, right? No, Amy spoke to this, and a number of other people spoke to this. So how do you enact this redefinition of strategic goals, which are, in which it doesn't cost millions of dollars? Partly it's very relationship driven, and that means collaboration, interagency processes. It also means enlisting a community role and the power of voice in communities in the policy process. Travis spoke, I thought, very specifically about things like MOUs, data sharing, which are all infused with a sense of mission that's articulated and intentional and transparently understood by everyone at the table. So it involves relationships, sort of enacting this pursuit of a strategic goal. Involves representation, community voice, and interestingly came up in the conversation too, it also involves a role for you all in public education and beginning to work on the expectations of voters, community representatives, and so on about what the system can provide. I think often communities demand more police or become concerned when policing budgets or correctional budgets come under pressure because the menu of alternatives is so narrow and you're taking something away, but it's not obvious that there's any alternatives. But I think through this strategic definition, this process of strategic definition, you're precisely expanding the menu of alternatives, and maybe that community pushback will not be so acute in that context. So what is the content of this, this new strategic goal? The Commissioner, I heard, proposed anti-violence. This could be the unifying project for everyone around this table. And I heard that echoed in different language in different ways. Healing after harm, preventing harm in non-shaming, non-judgmental ways, non-punitive ways, echoing Sonia, in a way that was contextual, right? And I think I heard Judge Albrecht speak to this, that the system really struggles with bringing people's context and their biography into the courtroom, and that's precisely the challenge. Ultimately, at the highest and most abstract level, I think this is a project of humanisation and compassion, infusing humanisation and compassion into the policy space of criminal justice in which you're all working. So that was my summary of today's discussion.
Thank you, Bruce. And you named about half of my notes, so my comments will be even more brief. First, thanks to all of you who were being willing to spend this entire day together. I really enjoy my job. I've been here now 7 years. And sometimes instead of being the convener and facilitator of your work, I do have to find the space where this is my work too. And to stir the pot just fast enough that the soup doesn't slosh all over the stove, but enough to create enough vortex that creates some momentum and some change. And so moving forward, here's what I want us to think about, and my ask for you, is an acknowledgement that what we're doing today doesn't work. It doesn't work how we would like it to, or how we would prefer that it work. Communities of color are still harmed because of disparate representation at each point of the criminal justice system. We all fail people who are in acute behavioral health distress. We all fail people. The behavioral health system is not resourced well enough to address acute problems. In lots of meetings, we talk about the certified alcohol and drug counselor who has 5 years clean, is paid $15 an hour to do full-time drug and alcohol treatment for a 30-year chronic IV heroin user who's homeless and a registered sex offender. That's no way to help people find recovery and wellness. The criminal justice system shouldn't respond to most of the social problems and public health crises we see. It's the wrong fit, and what we're doing today doesn't work. My goal, and I believe your goal as members of the local Public Safety Coordinating Council, is to work better across agencies, silos, and government systems. And this is a bit of a call out to the state of Oregon. Thank you, Constantine, for being here today, and Mike. I crave better engagement with our legislators who can address the statutes and all of the legal pieces of our system that will help us as the policy body really create some momentum there. It needs to be system-wide. I did talk to both Chief Davis and Commissioner Hardesty, and they're all in, unfortunately had to go, but I think that is part of our challenge. So we always have to go do something else. And the criminal justice system is about half of the Multnomah County budget. I believe that's accurate, Chair Kaffour. General fund budget, thank you. And about a quarter is funds the jail. So it's really expensive to do what we're doing. And I love the conversations I've had with Patricia and with Ebony about adequately funding the health and human services system to meet people where they're at, address those really hard needs that right now they are unable to do and end up in Sheriff Reese's booking facility because the system doesn't know how to deal with folks who are kind of scary, but really, really sick. We need to figure out creative ways to shift the general fund and state resources to better fund our health and human services partners so that the justice system can stop doing the work that is not helping anybody. And also our outcomes are not good either. It is not a good return on an investment. So here's my ask. This is a long day. Actually, no, it's only 3:30. It's a 3/4 of a day. If we're going to be able to spend some time together and create a true strategy, and what does this look like? What are the different paths to get there? We need to agree to the work as system leaders. Is there buy-in around the table? Believe if we can get ourselves to a yes, we're on the same page, then we can carve out the time to do the work. My office will support the work. I shall not participate as a facilitator because I am not only the forest nor the trees, I'm kind of in the mush on the bottom floor. To get an outside facilitator to help facilitate our work and be able to tap into the wisdom of community and have collective care and relationship and think about a different way of addressing violence and other chronic challenges in our community that really are about health and wellness, and to bring in folks with that lived and direct experience to help inform that. The reason I chose to focus on the internal partners today is to get folks willing to have the conversation.
I didn't want to set us up and make big asks of folks who are not ready to go there. My ask today is, are you ready to go there? Are you willing to carve out a full day, a half a day, twice a year? We have to spend this time together to figure out how to solve our problems. Sitting around a table for 90 minutes a month is not going to do it. So, my ask of you is, are you willing to do this? Commissioner Stegman is nodding. Commissioner Myron is nodding. We have about 5 more minutes, and I'm going to stop talking because you know how I turn into Charlie Brown's teacher sometimes? This is my ask of you. Please think about this, put up your tent card, tell me what you think, talk to your peers. Are you ready to engage in a discussion about our vision? A vision that looks at the human condition, healing people, repairing harm, and is more holistic. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know where it's going to take us, but if we don't carve out the time and energy to do it, we'll never get there. Judge Albright, Rod, Commissioner Jayapal.
I'm totally ready to do this work, but I think we need to start with the needs of the individuals before us. Defining goals in a broad range, goals to change the system won't work unless we're considering the individual needs of the people before us.
Okay, thank you. Rod?
The answer is absolutely. I think many of us have been seeing that for years. We want all the help we can have for the last year of my football career. The answer is absolutely. And as we pursue our valued, much-needed aspirational goals of moving the services further upstream in the criminal justice system, we absolutely need to do that while simultaneously making sure, and Judge Dan Waller, please remind me of Kitzhaber's hallowed words.
Catalytic chaos. Catalytic chaos.
Please don't leave the criminal justice system in catalytic chaos while we move all of our services upstream, because we have to have a feathered out transformation right of that, because until we have it all upstream, we still have to work
Great. I have Commissioner Jayapal, Commissioner Myron, Commissioner Vega Peterson, and the Honorable Amy Davidson. Sorry. Commissioner Jayapal.
Yes, and thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, Judge Bouchon. So, Commissioner Myron. Well, oh, yes, your tent's up.
Yes, no. Yeah, I didn't.
I was very fast.
Yes, I'm in. And also, just wanted to, as we're doing this, and it's so incredible that this group of people was able to come together and spend this day together, and thinking about just some of the voices also that need to be at the table as we continue this conversation. And I want to, I didn't think of this myself, so I don't want to take credit, but Denise, thank you, from Department of Community Justice, had, talking about having victims' voice at the, real, their personal experience, and be at the table as we're having the conversation, because it is very, right now, we're very, in a great way, criminal justice, community justice, in the room with maybe some representation, but to maybe even that out to have a broader conversation.
Thank you. Commissioner Vega Peterson.
Hello, yes. So I'm in for this. I think this has been fantastic, and thank you for making us take the time to do this. I think that, unless we're forced to take the time to do this, it's really hard to carve out the time, so I appreciate that. And I do think that, we know, what our North Star should be, or we have a really good idea. It's those 4 things that people are saying that they need to be successful. That's how we help people to come back into our community. And, talking about folks who need to be on the table, we have to be looking also at upstream and how we are making the impact. I love that early education had been talked about several times today. I think, school districts and PPS and, it needs to be as part of that conversation as well. So who are the other folks, legislators, education, as we're talking about doing this work across systems. So I've really enjoyed today and really learned a lot from all the speakers today.
Wonderful. Lisa. Oh, nope, sorry, Amy. Amy?
It's just my vote of confidence for your ask.
Oh, that's a yes. Gotcha. Judge Bouchon.
So my answer is absolutely yes. And I look around the room and I think, and I see a room full of public servants, people who have dedicated their careers, their professional lives to serving their communities. And that's why we do it, to try to make things better. And I had a little sidebar conversation with Commissioner Hardesty, and we both kind of said, we may not get there in our lifetime, but as long as we continue to make progress, it's worth doing. So that's why we're doing it. So my answer is yes.
Great, thank you. Nancy.
Thank you. So to the extent I can be helpful from where I sit in Salem, I am more than happy to chime in. There are a couple things that come to my mind. National Center for State Courts, we're working at the federal level to try and get the federal regulations changed so that Medicaid doesn't get cut off when people are incarcerated. We are also studying what they're doing in Arizona, where they're accessing Medicaid dollars to pay for housing for people who have behavioral health issues. Trying to bring those conversations to the extent that they are helpful is something that I could be doing. We're also trying to track data about what the missing needs are around behavioral health. So beds, when people are in court and there isn't a local bed and they get sent to the state hospital, that data point is not captured. We don't have anywhere right now where we tally up how many people were sent to the state hospital because there wasn't a local bed. We're starting to capture that data so that we can help inform the question about how many more local beds do we actually need so that we're not sending people away. And then I also just wanted to mention the importance, I think, of involving our business community members. I visited a treatment court in Columbia County where their CrossFit gym actually hosts recovery class, a CrossFit class for their drug court and family treatment court participants, and that has become their community. So to the extent people are looking for a community and don't have family or others, or want to supplement that, it's a really huge part of their recovery community, and it's just wonderful to see. So I'm very excited about the work you're doing, and I really appreciate being here today.
Great.
And really happy to help.
Thank you. Lisa.
I just wanted to comment as part of what Bruce had said about one of the goals, and I've written down the goal slightly differently, so instead of just to focus on violence, what I pulled out of this was a goal of, well, I'd written reduce the number of victims, but after Sonia, I think I have to say reduce the number of people who are harmed. And it seems like that seems an overall goal that a lot of us have discussed. If we want to reduce the number of people who are harmed, the 4 ways that I thought people spoke about were support community, repair harm, offer help, and foster rehabilitation and accountability. And if we have a strategy, or if we have a goal of reducing the number of people who are harmed, it seems like we could break down some of those strategies into subgroups and people need about, well, how do we support community? And we've talked about these communities exist, well, how will we support them? I agree that it's not a criminal justice problem that can be solved just in the criminal justice system, but to the extent I can help as somebody in the criminal justice system, I would love to be part of it.
Great. Thank you for being here today. Commissioner Stegman and Erica.
Thank you, Abby. As a member of the jail bed reduction subcommittee, I'm all in. And I think we've talked a lot about external silos amongst jurisdictions and different partners, and I just kind of wanted to plant this seed that internally we've been doing a lot of work trying to break down the silos that exist within our own jurisdiction and looking at the intersectionality of different kinds of violence, like domestic violence, how that relates to human trafficking and gang violence as well. So I just want to put a plug because I know many of our department leaders, we're already addressing this and working on that, and I think that there is a place for us to continue this work in this conversation.
Thank you. Erica.
So I was just going to say DCJ is all in, resounding yes. One of the things that I can say about coming into my career was I was so proud to work for Multnomah County, because even back then in the mid-90s, Multnomah County was always pushing the envelope and known as being very progressive. And when I talk to my staff, they're very proud to work for Multnomah County because we make courageous decisions. And I think that Abby, your vision for this conversation was met today, and I just applaud you for the vision. And the other thing I was going to say is there are some resources out there that can help guide this discussion. Recently, I had the honor of serving on Pew's Advisory Council on the future of community corrections. That's a national group that includes people across the criminal justice system, including people with lived experience. And they're going to be publishing a policy framework within the next couple of months. So that will be something that can help inform us as we move forward. And it's just been inspiring and an honor to be here today. So thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more favor for you. Can you pop your mic out and hand it to Meg behind you?
I apologize. I had stepped out and then had to step back in. Just want to echo that, yes, very excited, thankful for today, but also want to echo the commissioner and Denise on making sure that we do have harmed persons, survivors in the conversation, and that whatever model maybe is drawn away from today as folks think about what the North Star is and then start structuring a model, it's the intercept model, that at every one of those intercept moments there's a equal ask of the person who harmed and the person who was harmed. What can we do for you today? What do you need today? And that as we continue to articulate the North Star and move towards it, that we have open minds for those folks harmed or who have harmed that aren't ready for the turn with us just yet. Because it may be a hard adjustment, and a person who is harmed may have a vision of what they need to heal that may not immediately align with where we're trying to move right now. And holding space for that so that we meet them where they are every day, I think is incredibly important. So.
Thank you, Meg. I'd like to give our folks in the back any opportunity to say anything you want to say. Lakeisha.
In this process, the Office of Consumer Engagement will be utilized. That's what it's there for, folks with lived experience, mental health, addictions, criminal justice system. Just hoping our voice will be louder at the table.
Guaranteed. I've got our stakeholders all on the same page. We're ready to open it up. Amy, the insistent wave. Yes.
Sorry, just one thing I just wanted to offer to the conversation as well is, I would echo what Meg just said and really centering the needs of survivors most harmed and least helped. In the conversation, looking ahead, but I would also add, in my capacity as someone who serves on the coordinating committee of the Restorative Justice Coalition of Oregon, that some of what I'm hearing in the room today is that we agree that what is the current design is not working, but we're not totally clear on how to, what is the path forward. And I would just offer that to the conversation. I hear and feel a lot of curiosity about restorative practices in this space. And so looking ahead, I would just open that up and be available in that capacity.
Thank you very much. I will tap into that. I don't know what's coming next. I think I need to go back, and now that we have this documented, re-listen and really think about all of the numbers of topics that were brought up and then how to structure some of our conversations moving forward. So far, I'm going to take the day off tomorrow and let some of the information just sort of sit and simmer in that soup pot. But as we move forward, please reach out to me. Let's go have lunch, have a coffee, go to happy hour, and just talk about our system and what maybe some of the ahas you have after today. I want to thank Bruce and Sonia and Kim and Mai and Travis, who already had to go to the airport, and of course my team and Christina so much for putting this all together. This is just the start. And as we move forward, who knows where the journey will take us. But right now, the journey will take us into the lobby to eat some more food. Thank you, everybody. Back to reality.